Okay, I'm back. I'm back after a day off. No, it's not Tuesday. It's the day after Tuesday, boys. It's the day after Tuesday. Okay. Let's get started. Yo yo. How we doing? We need a phrase for Wednesday. We got to come up with something. You know? What's our equivalent of it's I guess it would be it's Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday, my dudes. So we got it's Tuesday, boys, and it's Wednesday, my dudes. Carlos, thank you for the 22 months. Manong Hassan, thank you for the 15 months. Let's see, subject. Hands Bananas, thank you for the 7 months. B Mactar, thank you for the 12. Oh, I think this was from like my last stream. Anyway. How was my day off? It was good. It was good. The problem with a day off though is you get to the next day and sometimes you're like, I would love to take this day off too. But we're here because we've got things to talk about. We've got things to do. And yes, we're going to talk about me being in Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. I broke out. So actually on my day off, that's what I was doing. I was breaking out of the House of Wax. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Goosey Moosies, thank you for the 11 months. Well, a funny thing happened. A funny thing happened on the way to the forum. Yellow Gumdrop, thank you for the 9 months. So when I woke up this morning and I was like checking my phone, you know, email, Twitter, all that jazz, I saw that I had a message in my Twitter DMs, and it was from friend of the show, Kat Tenbarge, who's she's an NBC tech journalist. I've had her on before. And she had responded with an emoji. So I was kind of confused. And I went, what were we talking about? And so I went to my messages, and apparently what I had done is last night when I was at dinner, so I watched like the first part of the debate, and then Will and I went to dinner. And somehow at dinner, I accidentally was on Twitter and sent a tweet, sent a very like lived up tweet to a group chat with Kat Tenbarge, who is my journalist friend, and Wake Wilder. Somehow I did this. And so I think Kat was being polite this morning when she responded to the tweet with just like a type of emoji face. Wake has not responded. So then I commented, I was like, wait, did I send this tweet? Is this me? And I explained how this happened. I was like, okay, I promise I didn't have a stroke or something. And I made a very random group chat of two people who don't know each other. And then I sent a lived up tweet that someone had tweeted during the debate to this group chat. Show the tweet. Okay, hold on. Let me show it. Yellow Gumdrop, thank you for the 9 months. Read Out Drew, thank you for the 23 months. Squishy Cat, thank you for the 4 months. Curvitz, thank you for the 2 months. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the tweet. This is the tweet. How did I even do this? I would have been like, what do I say to this? It was super fucking awful that he shouted over the female moderators and talked down to Margaret Brennan so much he used her name as a dismissive insult. But his tie is pink. That's what I accidentally sent. I don't know. Yeah, Wake was probably like, what the fuck? And I sent this at 9:30. Wake has yet to respond. And in the group chat, I said, okay, not me accidentally. Kat was like, I assume that's what happened, but I was like, oh yeah, I'll just roll with it. Like, so true, Bess. So true, girl. Like, I sent this tweet in a, can you, like, isn't this amazing? I said, not me accidentally, but sending this tweet. Like, I'm out here snapping yes, girl, and sending it to everybody I know. And also, I know you guys don't know each other, but you're both very cool, great people. So I guess this group chat could have been worse. Like, I'm thinking about all the other group chats that this could have been. Could be worse, you know? Cam Tramp, thank you for the 13 months. Spudding, thank you for the 13 months. I once fell asleep on top of my phone and sent some weird ass video to my crush, so I can relate 100%. Yeah, I'm definitely a person who cannot be trusted with my phone. I feel like I'm always doing stuff like this. That's why if ever I'm having a serious conversation with someone, I check now to make sure that my phone has not somehow recorded it and then posted it to the entire world. Because you never know. Maybe that's why having a dead phone is good for me. Yeah, but this is a new phone, so the battery lasts longer. I know. I need my old phone back. I accidentally somehow shared a Reddit link one time to someone on IG. Another thing that I do, that's pretty bad. Another thing that I do is I'll accidentally like tweets and posts that I really don't mean to like. And it's not the oh, you're stalking someone then you accidentally like their picture. It's just my booty, my phone and my booty going to work. How Wake meets How I Met Your Mother. Yeah. How I Met Your Mother is that a mutual friend accidentally sent us both a tweet in a group chat that her butt created. I know. I should just take Twitter off of. I should just take everything off of my phone, you know? I really should just have a flip phone. I accidentally sent a thirsty JJK anime edit to a girl I don't know, but only from high school. Lamau, she only opened it, so I ended up messaging again to say it was an accent. Then I blocked her. She's probably like, good God, what did I even do? Hey, missed it when you open it, but glad you like the beanie. I do. I love it. Thanks so much for sending that. I've accidentally bookmarked so many ads for dog food and I don't have a dog. I think that's pretty normal. That's why, you know, the spooky incident of me writing the name Alexis over and over again. I'm like, ugh. I definitely did that because I'm out here doing all sorts of things that I don't mean to do. Deleting Twitter from your phone helps with mental health. You know what? I'm going to do it right now. Are we ready? Remove app. Delete. It's gone. I deleted it. It's gone. I don't really use Instagram that much, so I don't feel like I gotta delete that. But Twitter is the devil's lettuce. Heck Johnson, thank you for the 10 months. Happy to be here, Cheryl. I do that, but it's me falling asleep with Twitter in my hand. Also very dangerous. No, I'm not going to re-download it in 10 minutes. I shall not. I have Twitter open on my desktop because I have some things on Twitter I want to look at. I'm gonna not re-download it on my phone. New year, new me. I just turned 32. And it's time for some changes in life. And that starts with deleting Twitter. You know, I think we should all do that. I think we should just do it. But, okay, actually there's something that I need to look at on Twitter. Please remind me. I don't use my phone during stream anyway, so I wouldn't need my phone to tweet off my phone, you know. Okay, please remind me that I posted this. Hello, if you're a streamer working towards partner, please drop your Twitch link below and maybe a couple words to describe your stream. For the month of October, I'll raid someone at random after every stream. I got a lot of submissions. I got a lot of streamers who posted their links. And when we get to the end of every stream this month, I'll probably just, need a gentle reminder so I don't get distracted and be like, oh, I'm going to send you guys to Will Naff, or I'm going to send you guys. I usually, this is the thing for me anyway, where I always like to pass the love around, and right now the reason I'm doing this is because Twitch has announced that raids will include towards viewership for people who are trying to hit partner. So before, you have to have, there's a bunch of things that you have to hit to get partner, but one of those is a 75 CCV, and in the past raids did not count towards that. So raids would help with followers and people organically coming to your stream, but it didn't help before. But now it's helping, and that's great. So I am trying to do my part and help out smaller streamers who are working towards partner. I'll literally write it down so I don't forget to make sure you don't forget. I feel like I'll remember, but just in case. So what I'm going to do is I'm just picking someone at random from the list every night, and we will be raiding into them as a yay, good luck making partner thing. And as we all know, I haven't seen anybody be negative about this. I'm sure there's some people who are like, but I want to pull the ladder up from behind me. This isn't fair. I didn't have any help, so no one else should either. I haven't really seen that, which is great, because fuck that. But also, it is something where we know that raids do not a streamer make, Getting raids does not guarantee that growth, That's how Twitch works. That's how it goes. It can help with boosting your, CCV if you get nice big raids all the time, but it doesn't, if you have 10 viewers and you get a raid of 500 viewers, you're not then going to have an average CCV, an organic CCV of, 50 or higher than what you have. It's not enough to just get raids to grow as a streamer. Hassan's HRT dealer, thank you for the 13 months. They gotta pull themselves up by the bootstraps. Can we suggest somebody you just want to suggest via Twitter? I would prefer to just keep it in the Twitter, in the tweet. In the tweet. Because that's what I'm going to be pulling from for the random who we're rating every night. So if somebody, I mean, the thing is, as a streamer, you kind of need to have Twitter. You just need to have social media. It sucks. But hopefully most people who are wanting to be in the pool for receiving a raid will have Twitter, and so they can post their link in the tweet. Is it going to be truly random? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Getting raid is an opportunity, but you have to be entertaining to retain viewers. Yeah, you just have to be, you got to be offering something that people are interested in so that they'll stick around and maybe come back. And that's the hard part, A raid can expose you to a lot of new viewers and people who would not have found you otherwise. How do we know this is you and not Wax? Because I broke out of the Wax yesterday on my day off. Okay, I should just show people what this is in case they're like, what are you talking about? Why were you in Wax? Why were you in Wax? So the reason I was in Wax is because I was kidnapped in an effort to create Demi Lovato's Wax figure, her new Wax figure, because she's had previous Wax figures. And this is at Madame Tussauds in Vegas. And so they kidnapped me after they saw my Joan Jett photos. Because clearly this looks nothing like Demi Lovato. And this absolutely looks like me as Joan Jett.
Oh my God.
It's fucking crazy. I was tagged in this so many times. People sent this to me. Like, friends of mine texted this to me. Normie friends of mine texted this to me.
Look at me. I look like a badass.
And then Sam.
The lion. That's why.
Sandwich texted me and said, you know what we have to do? And I said, yes, I'm way ahead of you. She said, we have to go to, and I said, Vegas. We have to go to Vegas, and I have to try and wear this outfit and be photographed next to my Wax figurine.
I know. It's nice to have an updated Wax figure. Time around and like, okay, I know what I'm getting.
Yeah, I was in it like, this is not cool for the summer. I'm literally inside here.
Myself into, I know what to expect. I mean, it's still such an honor and it's still such a cool experience.
Yeah, Max Scaretto posted this. Baby, that's Caroline Kwan. So, also this. Caroline Kwan stuns with partner Will Neff in new photo from Cutie Cinderella's Icons concert. It's true, y'all. That is me and Will. So Caroline streams are at night because that's how the night at the museum magic works. Yeah, during the day, here's the deal. During the day, I now go back to being the Wax figure. But after 6 o'clock, I'm magically freed. So I get to be not wax. But I only have until the stroke of midnight. And then I turn back into wax. Couple's Halloween costume just dropped in your lap like this. Yeah, dude. Okay, it's one of those where like sometimes Nandre, I'm not clicking your link because fool me 1,000 times. You taught me, and now I've learned. The student becomes the master. Mm-hmm. Look, buddy, I'm 32 now. I'm an old head. You can't get me. Yeah, so this is one of those things where sometimes people be like, "Oh, you look like this person," or "This looks like you," and I'll go, "No, it doesn't. Not at all." This is one where I cannot deny. I cannot deny the similarities. Hogan, thank you for the 2 community subs, getting us back to 4,000. Why is that actually you? I don't know. I don't know. But it is fucking wild. Has your family seen? Oh, I don't think I sent it to them. Did they pay you for that? They should pay me for this. Hogan, thank you for the 4,000 bits. Appreciate it. Max Cerdo, hi. Thank you for the prime. Send it to Mama Kwan. Say I met Demi Lovato at the Icons concert. You're right. I should send this. Hold on. Let me do it right now. Okay. Demi Lovato wax figure. Should I send this just to my mom or should I send it to my family group chat? I'm wondering. Because I feel like I'll have a better chance of my mom thinking this is me. Okay. I kind of want to send it to the whole group chat, though. Okay, I'm sending this to the family group chat. And I'm going to say, OMG. This is the photo I'm sending. OMG, I met Demi Lovato yesterday. You got to take... Okay, so here's the idea that Sam and I have. We want to go to Vegas. We're going to do a 24-hour, like, whirlwind trip to Vegas. I don't know if we can actually stream in... I don't know if we can stream Madame Tussauds. But what we want to do is stream if we can, but then also make, as Sam says, a giant fucking vlog where we go to the mall, try to find the outfit, get my hair and makeup done. I mean, I guess I would wear a wig. I said, if we can't find this wig, I'm just going to take my Joan Jett wig. And then film the entire process of me meeting the Demi Lovato statue. I think you can. The whole point of the museum is to take photos. Yeah, I think that would be I think it would be fun to be able to do both, where we do a vlog but also a stream out of it. The Demi Lovato statue. Where we go and meet me. This is me. Fuck, my little sister. Cece said, is this her wax figure? No. What? It's literally me. Damn it. She said, literally, if you and Demi had a child. This was a meet and greet. This was a meet and greet yesterday that I went to. Do you want to know the crazy thing? I've actually done a Demi Lovato meet and greet before. This was years ago when I was in high school. My friend and I went to her concert, and then we did a meet and greet after. I'm going to text my sisters on the side and say, convince mom that this is me. Okay, my other sister said, why do you look so weird? Okay. I said, OMG, I met Demi Lovato yesterday. My one sister said, is this her wax figure? Literally, if you and Demi had a child. I said, no, what? It's literally me. This was a meet and greet yesterday that I went to. Other sister said, why do you look so weird? And then in the group chat, my sister said, what the fuck is this? Baby sister said, you can't fool this Gen Z. See, you guys, you can never fool Gen Z. It looks like Demi is meeting you. I know. It does look like Demi's meeting me. Damn, y'all, you cannot fool Gen Z. They know too much. They know too much. The main person that I want to think is me is mom. Why were you wearing your Joan wig? Because I'm all about the mullet these days. Yeah, Demi is a stan of mine. Demi is a stan. The truth is that when it comes to my family, I cannot fool my Gen Z sister ever. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. What the hell? This is so fucked. I feel like you should take our faces from It's so funny. It's so uncanny. It's weird. This one is where we're giving the hair. Okay, see the hair here? Demi and Demi, aka me. It's like this. Yeah. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two photos. That's actually something Will would wear. Yes, he would wear this. Hey, bud. Thank you for the 2 months. I thought they only edited Will's face. Wait, is this real? I'm very gullible. You have to decide for yourself. Only you can decide the answer to that. Yeah, pretty wild. So Sam wants to try to do this ASAP. Apparently the museum opens on the 6th to the public. She was like, let's be spontaneous and go. Let's just do it. I was like, okay, I'm down. Let's do it. We'll just do 24 hours in Vegas. I I wonder if people might think if I'm dressed as the wax statue and I go to the wax museum, I wonder if anyone will think I am Demi. Because the funny thing about it is that I don't look like Demi Lovato, but I look like Demi Lovato's wax statue. More than Demi Lovato looks like Demi Lovato's wax statue. You guys 100% need to do it while it's still fresh. Yeah. Yeah, that's our thinking. It's very strange. It's very strange. So much so that it's like your statue. I know. I like how there are people in here who are still freaking out over this being a wax statue. Not being me. Are you and Demi the same height? Hell no. She is tiny. She is quite short. And I'm 5'9". I'll probably tower over this wax statue, TBH. Would love to see the reaction of the staff when you walk in dressed like her. I know. That's why I'm thinking that if we can live stream it, we should try to live stream it. I'll talk to Sam about it, see what she thinks. Real 5'9", real 5'9". Real 5'9". I've lied about my height, but only to make myself shorter. I'm the opposite of men. When I lie about my height, I'm 5'7". It's so crazy the pics started trending right when you put on the wig with the exact same hairstyle. It's because it just happened to be that they finished the wax statue like the day after I was Joan Jett. And I would like to think, though, that they saw the photos and were like, okay, we need to make some last minute changes. We've got some inspo. And then you'll be able to stay after hours by standing still. Yeah, let me practice my best wax. Wait, okay. She's like this. Hold on, you can't. Okay, I'm moving too much. Oh shit, I have to blink. This is very hard. Now that I'm a human again. Oh my god, wait, we haven't looked at this one yet. Wait. Oh wait, is this the one that we watched? It looks like there's a couple more. Okay, wait. This is I think this is a couple more shots. Just don't breathe. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. This I got to get this down. Lasso. Thank you for the 8 months. Haven't been able to catch you live in a while, but your streams have been a lifesaver during my marathon training. Your stream on the Menendez Bros helped me make it through my 20-mile run on Sunday. Holy shit. Holy moly. Good for you. Keep it up. I am definitely not training for a marathon, but good for you. Yeah, I really got to get the... Okay, this is better wax lighting. I keep feeling like I'm moving. Ooh, okay, okay. Something to work on. I know, I need the mullet wig. I don't even know where it is right now. This is better wax lighting. No, yeah, I do. The wax figure does have the yassified cheekbones. Like, need to overline the lips. Okay. Okay. Anyway, you guys, this is in the works. This is in the works. We're going to get this done. I really feel like if I got a great makeup artist, yeah, I told Sam, I was like, I need to get buccal fat removal before we go. I do have to do that. But if I got a great makeup artist who could replicate this makeup look, then we're so in. Yeah. So either I have to get my buccal fat removed, or we get a good artist who can make me look like Demi Lovato. Which I think we can do. So, anyway, might be doing that quite soon. Yeah, we looked at the we looked at the Max tweet, which is so funny. We looked at both of them. Okay, what else? What else do I have for y'all before we get started? We did the wax figure, we got the small streamers. Did the Discord pic change the wax model? I don't know. Did you guys change the Discord pic to the wax model? Ah! Wait, my mom responded to the photo and said, "Love the wig." Smiley face. Do we think she thinks it's me? Well, I texted my family the wax photo and I said, "OMG, I met Demi Lovato yesterday."
Yeah.
My
Your mom definitely thinks
she thinks it's me, right? 100%. Ha. Thanks. That's what I'm saying back. Ha. Thanks. Can't believe you got protections for social media kids too. Oh yeah, I'm out here. No, but this is a funny thing. I don't look like Demi Lovato. I just look like her wax statue. This isn't my doppelganger is Demi Lovato. Okay, you guys, let's get started. You do look like her? I don't think I do. Oh, hi, baby. Hi, teeny. I don't think I do. I think it's really just the wax statue. I'm going to forget to tell my mom it's not me, and she'll probably send that photo to people, and then it'll spiral out of control. She'll probably send it to all her friends. Be like, "This is Caroline with the celebrity Demi Lovato." You see Daniel Day coming out of retirement? Yeah, I actually have this pulled up. We can talk about it. I'm an oil man is back, everybody. He's back, y'all. Let me grab some water. Okay. So, after 7 years, Daniel Day-Lewis is no longer retired. And the thing that got him to leave retirement is his son's film. So to that I say, nepotism, thank you. You know what? We are now going to put to bed any consternation towards nepotism. Willie, thank you so much for the 9 months. Lucky number 9. You're pregnant. About to have a baby. But yes, this is a big nepotism. This is a big nepotism win. So nepotism W. So he's coming back and he's going to be starring in the film Anemone from first-time director Ronan Day-Lewis, which is his son. Hailing from Focus Features and Plan B, the movie marks Daniel Day-Lewis's first acting role since 2017's Phantom Thread, which the Oscar-winning performer had said would be his final project before retiring. Can I just say, and I'm not just saying this because he's back, there was a part of me that always felt like he would be back. Because the call of acting is just too strong. Most great actors really don't retire, because how can you? You know, why would you? And so this is why I've always thought that like Quentin Tarantino is never going to actually be done after, you know, his last movie, what he said his entire career. He's like, I'm only going to make, what was it? 10 movies. Yeah, he said he was only going to make 10 movies. I don't think so. The father and son duo co-wrote the script that explores family bonds, specifically those involving fathers, sons, and brothers. Sean Bean, Samantha Morton, Samuel Bottomley, and Safia Oakley Green round out the cast. You know, I just have to say, I know that this is his son, and so they're family, and they obviously have a relationship that Daniel Day would not have with someone who's not his son. But holy shit, marking your directorial debut not only with one of the greats, but with one of the greats who's been retired for 7 years and said that he was not coming back. That's got to be a little bit of pressure. We could not be more excited to partner with a brilliant visual artist in Ronan Day-Lewis on his first feature film alongside Daniel Day-Lewis as his creative collaborator. Focus Features chairman Peter Kujawski said in a statement, "They have written a truly exceptional script, and we look forward to bringing their shared vision to audiences alongside the team at Plan B." Among the creative team are DOP Ben Fordsman, costume designer Jane Petrie, and production designer Chris Audie. Universal will distribute internationally for Focus. Ronan Day-Lewis, 26. Oh my God, 26. 26! And you're making your directorial debut with formerly retired 3-time Oscar winner Daniel Day-Lewis? Ronan is a filmmaker and painter whose upcoming solo exhibition debuts in Hong Kong on Wednesday. Daniel Day is a 3-time Oscar-winning actor who's considered among the best of his generation. He won the Academy Award for Best Actor for My Left Foot, There Will Be Blood, and Lincoln. He also earned Oscar nominations for his role in The Name of the Father, Gangs of New York, and Phantom Thread. In a statement issued in 2017, Day-Lewis announced his retirement from the craft. Daniel Day-Lewis will no longer be working as an actor. He is immensely grateful to all of his collaborators and audiences over the many years. So for those who have been screaming, crying, throwing up for the last 7 years because Daniel Day had retired, well, you no longer have to be screaming, crying, and throwing up. Literally the greatest actor of all time coming out of retirement for your debut. I know. What if the movie sucks? I mean, it's Daniel Day, so it can't suck. It can't. A filmmaker and painter. Yeah, that's a pretty common that's a pretty common hey, what do you do? Oh, I'm a filmmaker and a painter. When you are the child of one of the greatest actors of all time and certainly living. Anyway, um that's it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild, and only his son could have been the one to get him out of retirement. Do we know anything about this movie? Let's see. Few details are available other than it focuses on intergenerational family bonds, especially the dynamics between fathers, sons, and brothers. Yeah, I think that's about all. I think that's all we know. I didn't want to get sucked back into another project, Daniel Day told W Magazine in a rare interview about the decision. All my life, I've mouthed off about how I should stop acting, and I don't know why it was different this time. But the impulse to quit took root in me, and that became a compulsion. It was something I had to do. But just when he thought he was out, he's being pulled back in. Bad Critic, thank you for the community sub. Duke Ranger Mac, thank you for the 13 months. Oh, speaking of directorial debuts by Nepo babies, Will and I watched Blink Twice last night. Anybody seen that? Anybody seen the Zoe Kravitz directed Blink Twice starring Channing Tatum? Dragon Ami, thank you for the 5 community subs. I actually hated it. Okay, hate is a strong word. I didn't care for it because, frankly, I'm kind of tired of the blood-soaked girl boss feminism critiques that really have nothing interesting to offer and kind of ride on the same plot device of violent rape. It's just like, okay, we've been here a million times, and there was nothing I felt that Zoe offered that was remotely interesting as far as commentary. I think she could have, done something different with the layers to the film, being a black lead and, a black woman, a working class black woman who is drawn into the world of a white, charming billionaire. I also thought the ending, which I won't say what it is, absolutely sucked and was a very strange message where after it ended, I went, okay, so basically the message is for women to come out on top, for women to achieve equality. This is the way? Like, what is this? What is she trying to say here? And I think what she showed is that Zoe Kravitz being shielded from a lot of the, systemic inequalities to be found with black women, working class black women, because she is very privileged and has led a very, her entire life, she's been removed from that world. It doesn't mean that she's still not a black woman living in this world, but I just didn't trust that she would have insightful kind of, unique commentary on this specific matter. And she ended up not like it was, yeah, it was just, I don't know. It was a very familiar setting. It was a very, okay, we know how this is going to go. So let's see if there's anything that she adds here that doesn't just make this another kind of run-of-the-mill blood-soaked feminist girl boss film. Tries to walk a line between pure exploitation and social commentary, doesn't want to or pick a side. Yeah, it was just like unsure. It was very uneven. I think watching that movie, you could tell the different iterations of the script all mashing together and making it pretty incohesive. I think its twist was a surprise to the audience. Yeah, this is another horror thriller film that relied very heavily on its twist. I liked Channing in the role. I thought the performances were good. I think Channing, I mean, I think they were all pretty thinly drawn characters. So it's one of those where you can act your face off, you can go against type, but if the character is just not that well written, then there's really only so much you can do. I read the plot. I was like, I'm good. I didn't want to waste money on this. Yeah, I just watched it on streaming last night. But anyway, yeah, I'm kind of exhausted by these types of films. I'm kind of exhausted by the like pop song montage of the girlies joining together to fight back against the against the evil male characters, and it's like this, I don't know, it's just very surfacey and has been done a million times. Thoughts on It Ends With Us? I haven't seen It Ends With Us yet. I did cover all of the drama surrounding It Ends With Us, but I haven't yet watched the movie, and I don't know if I will. It's like TikTok film production studios at this point with the depth these movies have. Well, you know, what's really frustrating too is, and this is something that Will and I both had come to the separate conclusion on when we were watching the movie, but our script has a lot of the themes that either Zoe tried to explore, she introduced, but then had no interest in going any deeper on them, or like the problems with Blink Twice were ones that we spent months working through in our script, and we still came up against really frustrating notes from producers. So one note was, how do we make this our script that we wrote, our horror movie that we wrote, we kept getting the note, how do we like have a better twist in here? How do we hide the fact that the bad guy is the bad guy? I'm like, you don't, because here's the thing. This is a familiar setting, okay? You have a wealthy man and you have a working class, struggling female protagonist. So already they come from different classes. They have, there's the race element. I'm like, so we're not going to obscure that this guy is going to turn out to be bad, because audiences know by now that this is how it goes. And the question instead is, what is this guy up to? And what was frustrating with Blink Twice is, one, because it's Zoe Kravitz, and because she's Zoe Kravitz and she got Channing Tatum to star in her film and she's dating Channing Tatum, she, like, without me having been a fly on the wall of the the meetings that they had about the film, I already know that she didn't have to deal with the obstacles that we had to deal with. And it's aggravating because our commentary in our film was way more nuanced, much more thoughtful. Commentary that I haven't seen explored often in film. And it's why I was driven to write the movie with these, with these themes in mind, with the commentary in mind that I wanted to make. And I read Angelica Jade Bastien's review. Angelica Jade Bastien, who writes for The Vulture, and she's amazing. I love her work. She wrote a review on Blink Twice. She hated Blink Twice. It's the type of movie where I would know that Angelica Jade Bastien at Vulture would hate this movie. And a lot of the critique that she had of the film were things that we, Henry, Will, and I had spent a long time crafting in our script, because those were things that we recognized, okay, we really need to make sure that we're, we are exploring these dynamics and whatever, XYZ. And so there's something that's just there's something that's bittersweet about it. And also Will said that he felt validated in knowing that our script was a strong script, and the notes that we kept getting from producers were really largely trash notes. And I agree with that too. I think at the time I was just very much so, okay, let's just do what they say because we want to get this thing made. But you see how, oh, that's this type of movie then. That's a Blink Twice, right? Where all they want is to have this fun twist and everything else is secondary. And if you have, a giant blood-soaked scene where, in these types of movies where it's like the girls get their revenge, then that's fine then. That's no notes needed. The ending pissed me off because that isn't a win to me. It's not a girl boss movie. The movie was just so reliant on overplayed tropes. Yeah, that ending really invalidated a lot of the movie too. Not that I think the movie was great other than the ending, but I think it especially felt gross. And it felt like, oh, I'm not rooting for this. What'd you think of Promising Young Woman? I did not like Promising Young Woman. Anyway, that was just a quick review on this movie, Blink Twice, which I watched last night. I'm really excited to watch Anora. Yeah, it's on my list. Anora is the neon film starring Mikey Madison that's been getting a lot of attention and a lot of awards festival attention, and is coming out very soon. Okay, I'm sorry that we have to keep talking about Ryan Murphy, but Ryan Murphy won't stop talking. I promise this will be quick. But Ryan Murphy truly will not stop talking, and everything he says just gets worse and worse. Yeah, this bald motherfucker won't shut up, dude. He won't be silenced. He needs to be silenced, okay? This is not a were you silent? This is were you silenced? And he needs to say yes, because I'm silencing him. So here's the latest that he said in this interview with The Hollywood Reporter. Question from the reporter. There's been such a reaction to Monsters. Now that you have an idea of how people are consuming the series on Netflix, are you confident that by the show's end, for the people who watch all the way through, the show delivered on what you set out to do? Yes, 100%. Ian Brennan, the co-creator, and I set out to do exactly what we wanted to do. Yeah, you know what they wanted to do? They wanted to make a show that would be #1 on Netflix. And it is. So congratulations on that. And I'll tell you my thoughts about the Menendez brothers, who, keep in mind, previous Ryan Murphy comments on the Menendez brothers included him saying that he had no interest in visiting them. They are still alive. You can go visit them. So if you are telling the story of the Menendez brothers, maybe it would be helpful to go visit them and talk to them, or at the very least sends the message that you are trying to be as respectful as possible when it comes to the events that happened in, the real life events that took place and people who are a part of them still being alive. But no, of course Ryan Murphy has no interest in that. But remember, Ryan Murphy cares very much so about prison reform. He believes in everything that Kim Kardashian believes. The Menendez brothers should be sending me flowers. Oh, this bitch. They haven't had so much attention in 30 years. And it's gotten the attention of not only this country, but all over the world. Do you want to know why largely there's been a lot of attention? Is because so many people were like, Ryan Murphy, what the fuck is this? And let's not act as if Ryan Murphy is the only person who has decided to use the Menendez's story as subject material. He is such a narcissist. He's literally over here like, where are my flowers? Where are my flowers? Nobody cared about these men until I made my salacious Netflix show. Danny Z, thank you for the 6 months. There's sort of an outpouring of interest in their lives and in the case. I know for a fact that many people have offered to help them because of the interest of my show and what we did. Oh, okay, sure, Ryan Murphy, we'll just take you for your word. There's no world that we live in where the Menendez brothers or their wives or lawyers would say, you know what? That was a wonderful, accurate depiction of our clients. That was never going to happen, and I wasn't interested in that happening. Here's the thing, though, Ryan, okay? There is trying to objectively tell the Menendez brothers' story, and then there is what you, Ryan Murphy, a man who loves his gossip, who loves his exploitative shows, who loves to make shit up for entertainment purposes, which when it's nonfiction or when it's fiction, fine, go for it. Go for it to your heart's content. But when you're basing it off of nonfiction, then no, you can't be taking the liberties like you take. The thing that the Menendez brothers and their people neglect is that we were telling a story that was a very broad canvas. We were telling the story of Dominic Dunn, played by Nathan Lane. Yeah, Dominic Dunn, who, first of all, had an obsession with Eric Menendez. Second of all, did not do the thing that the character Dominic Dunn does in the series, which is to basically say that the Menendezes were incestuous. In all of his reporting, Dominic Dunn did not present that theory because that was not a popular rumor at the time. It never was. And yet Ryan Murphy is like, oh yeah, we're going to take this one thing that one person said who wasn't even Dominic Dunn years and years ago during the trial, and we're going to make it a big part of this show. We were also telling the story of the parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, played by Javier Bardem and Chloe Sevigny, who they blew their heads off. We were also telling their story. We had an obligation to so many people, not just to Eric and Lyle. But that's what I find so fascinating, that they're playing the victim card right now. Poor pitiful us, which I find reprehensible and disgusting. Okay, so Ryan, what this shows me is that you went into this show not actually, as you've said before, having having this goal of being sympathetic and shining a light on the abuse that the Menendez brothers said that they faced at the hands of their parents, and to which witnesses and evidence corroborated during the first trial. So this is what's frustrating is like, I've read every fucking Ryan Murphy statement now on Monsters because he just won't stop. And he now is like, oh, these guys are brats and they're playing the victim card. And the fact that he has flipped so quickly like this, when before he's like, yeah, I care so deeply about male sexual abuse, and I just think it's so important to show on TV. And no, I'm not going to visit the Menendez brothers, but I do believe, like Kim Kardashian does, in prison reform. And I feel empathetic towards these boys. It's like, no, you never fucking did, you phony. You phony. No, you're pissed. You're pissed that they didn't love your show, when in your show you depicted them as having an incestuous relationship, you sick fuck. Yeah, where you sensationalized it, where Lyle Menendez comes off as like a coked up Tom Cruise, but a worse version. And Eric Menendez in the show the whole time is like, oh, oh. Yeah, and you ignored like oh. The thing that he highlighted above all else in the show is alleged incestuous relationship. Yeah, Ryan Murphy knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's fucking doing. I also think that two things can be true at the same time. I think they could have killed their parents and also had been abused. Yeah, dude. I don't think that is this man is such a narcissist. He's acting like he just discovered this. Where he's like, look, here's what I think. I think that they were abused, but that they also killed their parents. It's like, yeah, duh. Yes. No one has ever, this has never been about if they killed their parents or didn't kill their parents. The whole case was about why. Why did they kill their parents? You dummy. Oh my God. What a complex thought. They could have been ambiguous moral character as young people and be rehabilitated now. So I think that story is complicated. I'm thrilled with the reaction to it. I'm really thrilled with how people are responding to the performances, particularly of Cooper Coke and Nicholas Alexander Chavez, of Cooper, who's played by Coke, and Nicholas, who's played by Alexander Chavez, who really killed themselves to do justice to those boys. I'm sorry, but his words, that's crazy to say. Who really killed themselves to do justice to those boys. Are we not hearing the words that we're saying, Ryan Murphy? That the boys, that the male actors who played the brothers really killed themselves to do justice to those boys. Okay. I think Cooper and Nicholas are much more empathetic towards the Menendez brothers than I am, but good. There's room for all points of views. Netflix announced the Menendez brothers documentary shortly after Monsters' release, which has the brothers participating with new audio interviews. Do you view these as complimentary viewing, and do you plan to watch the documentary? I'm not. I'm sorry. I know that I seem so singularly focused, but it's because I believe that we have to stop Ryan Murphy. I'm not going to watch it because I'm not interested in anything else about the Menendez brothers. I don't want to watch the documentary. I have no interest in meeting them. I have no interest in talking to their lawyers or their wives. I've just sort of done it because I was telling a bigger story, a cultural story. What the fuck does that mean? I wasn't doing a biography of them. I was telling a story about a certain place and time. Listen, I'm sure they will be thrilled with that documentary because a lot of it is supposedly in their own voices. Oh, you mean because it's in the format of a documentary, so therefore less likely to be super fucking salacious in the way that your Monsters series are? In the way that Dahmer was, and now the Menendez brothers series is? Apparently, there's new information that they claim, including about the sexual abuse from their mother, who they claim sexually abused them. So how does he keep contradicting himself here? On the one hand, he's like, we need all points of view. All of this needs to be in the show. That's why I did what I did. We're telling a big story. And yet, what is really important at the core of the Menendez brothers story, which are the claims of being sexually, physically, emotionally abused their whole lives by their parents, you have no interest in this. You're so flippantly saying, apparently there's new information that they claim about the sexual abuse from their mother, who they claim sexually abused them, but you don't give a fuck about that. And it's also not new. It's not new information. It's just that, oh, maybe you read it for the first time, Ryan Murphy. The story has always fascinated people, including myself, because we'll never really know what happened. It's an unknowable mystery. There were 4 people involved in that story, and 2 of them were shot in the face. See, even the way that this is how his mind works, okay? This is how fucking salacious he is. Even in describing it, he never misses the opportunity to be like, and 2 people were shot in the face. To him, that's the juice, baby. That's the sauce. That's the meat of it. That these people were shot in the face. He's sick, man. So I think that the public's fascination is limitless because there's no answer. We will never know if they told the truth. We will never know if they were sexually abused for sure. We will never know if the parents were the monsters. But in the case of Netflix, they've been such great partners. They released the documentary on Jeffrey Dahmer a couple weeks after Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story, came out. And I think these pieces of programming can wonderfully live hand in hand. Of course, they asked me about my opinions and I approved of it, and I said yes. It's a different point of view of an unknowable story that people have a real degree of interest in, because I actually think it forces you to look at your own relationships with your own parents, with yourselves. There's something deeper about the Menendez brothers story that is very interesting. So I say, go for it. Oh, thank you for the permission. Next year, we're doing the Ed Gein story, starring Charlie Hunman as the serial murderer. Why, Charlie? Why? Which is a very different monster. But if they want to have a documentary on the Ed Gein case, great. I love how Netflix does that. Yeah, Ryan Murphy, we know that you won't be watching. We know that you don't give a fuck, okay? You just want to make something super entertaining with sexy people. You sound like you've cleansed yourself of the Menendez story now that it's released and you're moving on to your next projects. I really did say everything I had to say about them, and there's nothing they can tell me that I feel I don't know. I know what their perspective is. No, you fucking don't. I know what they're going to say. It's what they've always said. I don't know if it's the truth. What I really wanted to do, we did. I was never that interested in the Menendez brothers. What I was interested in was the topic of sexual abuse. I was interested in specifically the topic of male sexual abuse, and I wanted to talk about it. It's something in our culture we rarely talk about. I did think it was outrageous during that Menendez trial that so many men, particularly in the second trial, felt that there was no such thing as male sexual abuse. That was an outrage. I was interested in that, and I know that's launched a lot of conversations. In my own life, so many people have reached out to me who I didn't even know were sexually abused. I feel like Ryan Murphy is maybe the last person that you should open up to about, because you know he's running off to all his gossipy friends and telling them everything. Our show gave them a way to have a conversation, and for that, I am tremendously proud. Whatever. I'm done reading this. I'm honestly, I'm so over. This is a scene written by Ryan Murphy. He's credited as the sole writer of the episode. He's never taken men being sexually assaulted seriously. Look no further than the fact that he linked the Menendez brothers being sexually abused by their, being abused by their parents to then them being lovers. It completely invalidates it completely invalidates him saying that this is what he cares so much about because of how male sexual abuse is something that is still even not, not talked about enough. It's not acknowledged. There's a lot of social conditioning where people still believe that like men can't be raped, that men can't be sexually abused. And especially during the 90s when this case took place, it was weaponized. Homosexuality was weaponized. The sexual abuse was weaponized. And Ryan Murphy is not the guy to tackle this subject material.
We're looking to let out.
I didn't want to just get them out. I wanted to get in touch with them so I could maybe have the balls to tell you guys something. Something that's pretty hard to talk about.
It's cool, bro. You can let it out.
I've actually only told one person this. Not even my parents know. But I'm not sure if I could trust that person to keep it secret. So before this gets out, I want to be the one to open the box. When I was 11, I was molested by my babysitter. She just walked in on me in the shower and she touched me a bit.
Wait, hold on. Did you just say she? Like, as in a girl? Like a teenage girl?
Yeah, she was like 17, 18.
Dude, you're 11 and some hot 18-year-old places your junk. I'd have killed for that.
Dude, why are you ashamed of this?
I don't know. I kind of messed me up a bit. Like, I have trouble trusting girls because of it, I think.
Guys, this is not something to high-five about. Ryder, I'm sorry, but I'm obligated to report it.
Whatever. She already got locked up. She was caught doing it to some other kid.
Okay, I'm sorry, but why is that a crime? I mean, it's every teenage boy's fantasy. I mean, there's like 50 80s movies about it. I mean, My Tutor, private lessons, gym class.
We get it, Sam. Thanks.
Guys, this is so uncool.
His truth is his truth, not yours.
It's cool, okay? The guys are right. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm like the luckiest guy in here, so. There you go. Yeah.
Good job. I mean, kid clearly has superior game.
Not. It's never talked about again in the show. No, of course not. No, this is not something where there would be a follow-up to this scene where there's a deeper conversation about how abuse is abuse and how men have been socially conditioned to believe that if a woman abuses, if a female abuses a male, especially if she's attractive, then it's like a high five, dude. Isn't that every young guy's dream? Oh, you got with the hot teacher? Oh, you got with the, the MILF? No, that's a sexual crime. Like that is not a high five moment. But no, of course Ryan Murphy is never going to tackle these very heavy but important topics with the grace and the nuance and the care that is required. What in the Glee transitioning to commercial break was that music? Right. Also, this is 2 episodes after the school shooting episode. Yeah, this is where I fell off of Glee. I actually never watched this this episode in real time because I fell off. Later seasons of Glee really went off the rails. South Park treated this topic with more care. Yeah, that's because I think the South Park guys are, one, better writers. And I think that ultimately they're more interesting. And I think that they have a more interesting way of tackling current topics and, making commentary. All right, moving on. Let's get into talking about Okay, so here's what we have for today. We're going to talk about Ta-NEHISI Coates. We're going to talk about Sean Combs, 120 new allegations against him, which include 25 minors, which is just fucking awful. I would like to do a little bit of debate recap. I thought it was pretty boring last night, and I also think that as much as I hate to say, I think that Vance did what he set out to do. And I think, I mean, this isn't a like, oh yeah, Vance was the clear winner. Vice presidential debates don't really matter anyway. But I think he was effective in making Republican right-wing extremism seem moderate. Yeah, Walt started off not so great, and then he got a little bit stronger. But ultimately, I think my biggest takeaway from what I saw is that Vance made his and Trump's extremist policies seem moderate, seem like not, you know. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, so let's start with let's talk about, okay, hold on.
Is going to make a big difference.
I don't know if I want to watch this whole thing, but we'll watch. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's just watch some of this.
I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us
thoughts.
for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started.
Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed.
So this is obviously the first question because they put the usually the big ones up front, since that's when people's attention is strongest and people probably tune out. People definitely oh, hey, stop it! Stop. No. Oh, he's just barking at thin air. Barking at literally nothing. Ugh.
Thanks to joint U.S.
So anyway, they obviously asked this question about Iran because this is what's happening is major with the continued de-escalation through escalation, which that doesn't work, but that's what Israel says that they're doing. They are de-escalating through constant escalation. And let's watch their responses.
And Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest.
Is it to prevent a regional war, or is it to just continue what we've been doing, which is supporting Israel? Because both Biden and Kamala have quadrupled down. I mean, I've lost track of how many times they have stated that Israel has the right to defend itself, and we will never, ever, 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 ever do anything that will not be in support of Israel's security.
State sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners.
You can tell immediately that these are just memorized answers, that he has been trained by the Kamala Harris strategy team. And he's, you know, Tim Walz is like, the contrast to Kamala, what was great about Tim is that he didn't have the war hawkishness of a Kamala Harris, of an establishment Dem. And it's so painful listening to him in this response where this is just a cookie cutter answer. This is just him, you know, trying to get these words out. But he doesn't have, you know, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but like not having the oomph behind it, because this has really not been who Tim Walz is as a person and as a politician.
Israel's ability
Dude, he can't
to be
even...
able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental.
Oh shit! No, let me just remember. Only Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran, Lebanon, Yemen, Gaza, Syria. No one else in the region has the right to defense. No one. It's just Israel. It's just Israel.
Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question.
You know, something to note too is how this question is framed in a way where, one, it shows you the media's complicity in supporting Israel and in always presenting a narrative that is very pro-Israel. Because there's nothing in here about like, hey, what will you as a candidate do to de-escalate? Like, sorry, not you as a candidate. When you are vice president, along with the president, what is your plan for de-escalation? Like, how would you de-escalate? Whatever. Something that is not just framing this question as it's actually morally sound in striking Iran. Yeah, there's no question of the morality here. And of course, there's no mention of any of these other areas, any of these other countries having the right to defend themselves. It's always just framed in a way where the answer is going to be in support of a very hawkish approach, and an approach that continues to supply Israel with whatever they need to carry out this regional assault. Spoiler alert, Palestinian lives were not mentioned during this entire debate.
Do you support
Of course
or
not.
oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered
Peaceful
stability in
dove.
the world, and he did
Donald Trump, peaceful dove. Yeah, I'll say that the smoothness that Vance has in this opening here, even though he's a fucking smarmy little weasel, okay, he's very much so giving I went to Yale Law School / derogatory. He was able to smoothly and easily get through this debate because he's a better debater than Tim Walz. Tim Walz himself has said that he's not good on a debate stage. He's great at a rally. He's great talking to people at the fair, but this is not his strong suit. And there were many moments where Walz just failed to call Vance out on his lies. And so, again, this isn't a like, ooh, this vice presidential debate really moved the needle, because that just never happens. But it certainly helped Vance's approval rating, which for a while now has been one of the lowest vice presidential approval ratings in decades. And it also made his extremism palatable. It made it seem it made it seem like it wasn't so extreme.
By establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration.
My sandwich calling me. Hold on. Hello. Hi.
I'm live. Are you live?
I am live. I'm just catching up on the debate.
Fantastic. So anyways, my chat has brought to my attention that you have told them about our devious plan.
Oh, yes.
So I'm calling you now to ask you about going so that you can't say no, because you'll be in front of thousands of people.
I already said.
Okay. I'm just making sure. I'm just locking it in.
I did. I confirmed it. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm peer pressuring you because I figure if I peer pressure you in front of a bunch of people, then you'll be down. Do you think that if we drove, we could convince Cutie to go?
One, I really, really don't want to drive.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I did that for TwitchCon last year. It's a boring drive.
It's the worst.
And then we'd have to make 5 hours of conversation.
I mean, I can make 5 hours of conversation, but No, I
know.
Yeah. It's Vegas, and it's just so easy to fly to.
It's like $60. It's probably not going to be that cheap. But when I looked, cheap.
Yeah. It's like a 40-minute flight.
Somebody brought up that Will might have the star bikini that the wax model is wearing.
Wait, what?
I don't know. Somebody in chat just said that Will might have that outfit. So
Will Neff?
Maybe if you could, so maybe if you could check and see if he has like a star bikini, maybe.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
Yeah, they're saying that they meant the shirt, but I think that they mean the bikini.
I'll make sure to ask him if he has the yellow bikini.
Yeah, itsy bitsy teeny weeny.
Yeah, surely he's got that in his closet somewhere.
Perfect. Okay. That's it. That's all I got for you.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, look, we can offer it to Cutie. I will say I'm not enthused about a drive to Vegas.
We just say, hey, we're flying to Vegas. We want you to come. Please. Pretty please with a cherry on top.
Pretty please. Please.
Yeah.
Please. If you would so oblige us.
Yeah, and then if it's terrible, then maybe we could drive back.
Yeah.
But I don't want to do that. But we, listen, for the sake of the bit, we'll do it.
Okay. Okay, we're locked in.
Okay, we're locked in. We'll discuss plans. Chat,
Okay.
It's happening.
Okay. Done.
Okay. Okay, you hang up first.
Okay. Oh, okay. Bye.
Oh.
Okay. All right. All right, you guys. Anyway, that is taken care of. We are taken care of.
What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Senator Van.
Blah, 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 blah. Both of them are like, no, we are not about peace. We do not advocate for peace. No. And the media also does not advocate for peace. So there is going to be no peace. No peace. We are not a nation of peace. We do not believe in actual de-escalation using the might of the United States of America's government. And instead, we are a heavy-handed military-first approach always. Which is so sick. Yeah, the other thing that was extremely frustrating was, of course, how once again migrants are just the scapegoat over and over again, and how Vance, even with his, like cool and calm demeanor on stage, was still lying his fucking face off, repeating the same lines about undocumented immigrants, about asylum seekers, and also about documented immigrants. And how, there's just been such a failure. I don't understand why these lies are not quickly and easily debunked. And that's because Democrats also have no interest in debunking these lies, because their framing on immigration and their policies on immigration have gone so goddamn far to the right. I mean, I don't even know if this is like really painful right now. I might just okay, let's watch some of this.
He said that on January
Let's watch some of this is Legia Miller's All the Lies from the VP debate.
the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House.
Can we address the proudly soulless genocide and denying chatter in the room? What? If you're denying genocide, hi.
House. It's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country.
Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
Yikes. While you were probably sleeping last night, the highly anticipated vice...
Yeah, that was a rare, good Walls moment where he actually at least identified that what Vance was doing was lying. But there were so many other moments that he just dropped the ball on, and he really made it a lot easier for Vance to be up there on stage. And also just fuck this whole thing, honestly.
Presidential debate happened, and while usually VP debates
can we watch the I'm Friends with School Shooters? Yeah, you can link.
Pretty
you can link that
inconsequential. When you
moment.
have an election like this one, which feels existential, even the usually mundane things become very high stakes. And if one person understood the high stakes of last night, it was clearly Governor Walz,
Skullface, they give it
who
10
was
months.
fitzing in his dungarees up there. But we'll get into each candidate's performance, plus we'll check their facts and unpack what last night's performance means for November. Let's get into it. Presidential debates always generate a ton of buzz and media coverage, and with them, a lot of opportunity for misinformation. In a world where the media landscape is increasingly divided, it's important to stay informed and get context into how the media is covering important issues. For example, news outlets dissecting the key takeaways from last night's debate are a great example of how different the media reports on stories depending on their bias. You can see that the left is highlighting Vance's defensiveness and emotional reactions during the debate, portraying him as condescending and resistant to facts, while the right critiques the moderators for bias against Vance and focuses on Vance's criticisms of Harris's record on immigration. For example, leftist publication The New Republic's headline says J.D. Vance lashes out after the smallest fact check in VP debate. Meanwhile, right-leaning publication The Blaze published the headline J.D. Vance hammers Tim Walz on immigration, energy policy, and the economy in lively but civil VP debate.
I coined the weird description of Republicans, but I actually agree a lot with Mr. Weird. Yeah, that was what was so... Ooh, I mean, there were a lot of maddening parts, but how often Walz... And Vance did this too, but it's worse coming from Walz, where he's like, yeah, I agree with you on that. Oh, actually, we have common ground here. It's like, do you understand what you are doing? You have spent this whole campaign talking about how weird Walz is. Or sorry, weird Vance is. What an extremist he is. How his policies are not neighbor friendly. Like, all that shit, right? Which is true. And then you get up there on stage with him, and it's over and over again this, oh yeah, actually we agree with one another. Oh, I actually like you, Governor Walz. I just don't like Kamala Harris. Oh, look at us. We're going to shake hands after this. Oh, and so what that does is make Vance seem like a moderate candidate. Actually, we all, we really do agree here on this. And what that also does is further cements and highlights how a lot of Democratic messaging and policies now is catering to the right. And so, yeah, I guess you guys do agree on a lot of stuff.
8. Very different takes. And that's where Ground News comes in, and why I've been using them for a year. Today's partner, Ground News, is a great tool for understanding the news. They provide helpful context for these starkly different headlines about the same story. You can see the overall bias distribution of the news sources covering.
Like when Vance said, I have never voted against I've never wanted a national abortion ban. Yes, he has. That is a straight up lie. And what you do is you pounce on that and you say Governor, or you say Senator Vance. God, I keep mixing their names up because I guess everywhere they're just the same. Senator Vance, you are lying. You are lying. And that is the easiest fact check to do. And yet, no.
In this story, only 13%.
And abortion was probably Walz's strongest topic last night because it's the strongest thing that Democrats have, because the majority of this country is pro-choice, and because it's it's easy to be strong on that messaging, and yes, Walz was effective with his lines like, your right to bodily autonomy, your right to to make your own decisions as a woman shouldn't be determined on your geography, on where you live. Like, those are really strong lines. Those are great. Saying that we are pro-women, we are pro-freedom. Like, that framing is very strong. But then just letting Vance do what he did, which his goal was to basically acknowledge that voters don't trust Republicans on the issue of abortion, which is true, but make himself seem empathetic. Make himself seem like, actually, I'm not extremist on this issue, and I do care about women, and I do care about all these things that you're saying about it. I agree with you. I agree with you, Governor Walz. I do, and I've never wanted a national abortion ban.
The coverage is right-wing news sources, which is similar to the presidential debate and tells me maybe their readers just don't really care, I guess. On the right-hand side, you can see the overall factuality rating of the sources, with most sources receiving a high factuality rating, so you know who you can trust. Seeing factuality ratings like this, along with who owns the source, can be really helpful to provide more context to your own echo chamber. You and your social media may have had one reaction to something J.D. Vance said, but it's important to understand
it made
the
him
larger
seem
picture
human
and what
last
people
night, and
outside
he's
your
not
bubble are
fucking
saying.
human.
And I'm able to get all this context and information thanks to Ground
He
News.
is
And
not
with the US
human.
election fast approaching, my favorite Ground News feature at the moment is their 2024 US election-focused blind spot feed. With a bird's eye view of issues that tend to get more attention from the left or right than others, I can easily step out of my echo chamber and understand how partisan narratives shape reality
did the We
and
See
votes.
You-
I'm always really impressed with Ground
We
News,
Hear
and I
You.
genuinely think they're a great resource for identifying biases in the media. So
Look,
scan the
I
QR code,
understand.
click the link
I
in the description,
understand.
or
You
go
don't
to
trust us on this matter, but I
ground.com/media
want you to
get
know
40%
that
off the
whether or
same
not
Vantage
you vote
plan
for
I
us,
use
we
to
will
stay
be
informed,
fighting
which
for
comes to
you.
about $5 a
And
month.
I
Get unlimited
understand
access
that,
to
you
all
know,
Ground News has to offer while
I
helping
understand that
independent team
there
keep the media
are people who
transparent. Thanks, Ground
believe
News. First, the
that I believe in
performance, because
in certain
debates
things, but I don't. I've never supported that. He's fucking lying.
are, after all, a show, a charade for the American people to see the candidates perform under pressure and answer key questions about policy to get a better feel for what it would be like for them to be in power.
He is human. That's hyperbolic. No, I was being literal. He's not human. He's a lizard person.
Which is why the
in a
VP
suit.
debate is usually small potatoes, because let's face it, VPs don't really actually have that much power. A key thing to remember as we discuss Vance's accusations of all the things Harris hasn't managed to do while wielding the great and terrible power that comes with being a VP, such as photo ops and press conferences. I already made an episode about how little power a VP actually has. You can check that out after this. Anyway, so when we tune into a debate, we're looking for a performance, and there was a clear winner in last night's performance, and it wasn't the bumbling Minnesotan governor.
Yeah, they both got a bump in favorability, but the thing is that what Vance managed to do is, one, to soften the petulant man-child that is Donald Trump. And Donald Trump's debate performance against Kamala Harris was terrible. He also managed to soften the extremism of Donald Trump's platform, and he made himself come across as human and appealing to the to voters who Democrats have been going so hard after, and have capitulated on a number of issues. And Vance, he was effective. He fucking lied, but he was effective in what his goals for the debate were last night. In being the nice, friendly, civil guy, even as he would not admit that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, he was just able to, smooth talk and worm his way through. He's very slimy, he's very smarmy, but he's good at the smooth talking.
Sorry to say, I was rooting for him. He is so great at talking face-to-face with people, and even his stump speeches on the campaign trail have been smart, down-to-earth, and folksy. But at the debate, Walz struggled. He had clearly been heavily prepped, but it was too much information. Instead of saying, hey, here are the 3 things you need to talk about for each topic, he clearly tried to internalize a wide range of talking points for each topic, and then tried to very quickly and somewhat incoherently string all of the ideas together in each of his answers as though he were checking the words off a mental list, but forgetting the other words that have to go in between the buzzwords to make coherent points. He was so focused on hitting those points that not only did he speak way too quickly. And listen, I'm a fast talker, okay? That's probably the #1 complaint I get on these videos is people want me to slow down, to which I say, no. I watch and listen to literally everything at 1.5 to 2 times speed. Now it's your turn to listen at 0.5 speed, okay? This is for all the 1.5 to 2 times speed watchers and listeners.
Honestly, Walls really did not have that Midwestern charm and lovable football coach energy that he's had throughout this election, because a debate stage is a different format. And he was very neutered. He was very obviously has been neutered by Kamala's communications and debate strategy team. They nerfed him.
Listeners out there who are able to listen to my shit at regular speed, you're welcome. Also, I'm not giving a speech or participating in a debate where the rules are vastly different. I'm doing a song and dance on social media where attention spans are 0.5 seconds, so I gotta move fast. Unfortunately for Walls, he was in a debate where speaking at a measured, smooth, articulate pace is an asset that he did not possess, but JD Vance did. And I think that surprised a lot of people, myself included, for a number of reasons. First, the hype over Harris and the clear and easy victory she had against Trump in their debate put our expectations of Walls very, very high. Though I will say I don't appreciate the media's reporting on him as a typical simpleton, folksy Minnesotan, as though we're all out here just fumbling around flyover country with our dumb, simple minds that can't think too fast or speak too good. As a Minnesotan, I resent that. As a governor of Minnesota and VP running mate, however, that is the caricature that has been painted of Walls, and that is one of his selling.
Like, this is the guy, Mr.
Think
Coach.
too fast or speak too good. As a Minnesotan, I resent that. As a governor of Minnesota and VP running mate, however, that is the caricature.
This is the guy that they are having go up on stage and support an Israeli strike against Iran and be war hawkish just like his counterpart Kamala Harris, and not be as empathetic to migrants as this guy would normally be. To really, like, here's the struggle, okay? Here's the struggle. Walls cannot effectively come off as a progressive champion with the agenda that the Democratic Party is pushing. That is their 2024 agenda. Incremental change, in many areas, not even incremental change, but regressive change. And so you take this guy who's been incredibly progressive for Minnesota and is so good at talking about complicated issues, but in a language that people understand, and is really good at presenting progressivism as a neighbor to neighbor thing, and how this is just what good people do. This is what you do for one another. And it just doesn't mix with the Kamala Harris Democratic Party agenda.
Caricature that has been painted of Walls,
Yeah,
and that
he
is
said
one
he
of
would
his selling points.
build the wall and fund Border Patrol more.
That he is down to earth and doesn't speak like a politician, but instead like your friend's dad who helps you fix your carburetor. And I think outside of the debate stage last night, he's done a fantastic job of selling that caricature in a way that's endearing to the American people, but it did not serve him well last night. Another thing that surprised me and a lot of people was how smooth and articulate Vance was, because he has also been painted by the left as a caricature, a weirdo who doesn't know how to.
Yeah, he thanked Dick Cheney because that's what he was told to do, right? He's just now replicating Kamala Harris.
Speak like a human and who says horrible things about immigrants and women with impunity. And I think his strengths are directly opposite Tim Walls's. When he tries to talk to people out and about in a community, and when he's asked direct and challenging questions by reporters who don't let him get away with things, he looks like a fool. But when given free reign on a debate stage with an opponent who isn't as slick as him, he was able to make his lies sound believable and coherent. And we'll get into why I think this is the most insidious and important takeaway of the night. But let's get into those lies surprise because unlike the presidential debate, this VP debate was actually incredibly substantive and got into the weeds on a lot of issues, which opened the door for a lot of lies, mostly from Vance. Lie number 1. Vance claimed the US is the cleanest economy in the entire world and argued that if Harris really cared about climate change, which Vance refused to confirm was a real thing, then she would bring manufacturing jobs back to the US instead of outsourcing them to dirty, dirty China. While that's an interesting spin on climate denial that I think plays well into the Republican rhetoric that it doesn't exist, it is not true that the US is the cleanest economy in the world. The most widely cited measure of a country's green level is the Environmental Performance Index. That score includes more than just the economy, but is a good measure of how green a country is generally. The US ranks 34 on that list, behind all of Western Europe, most of Eastern Europe, as well as Japan, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. So I'm not sure where he's getting the cleanest economy in the entire world talking point. China does rank far below us at 154th, but to say that bringing manufacturing jobs back to the US would improve clean air and water is disingenuous at best, because we still have huge problems in this country with too much emissions, and it removes the blame from the shoulders of the companies doing the polluting, whether that's here or in China or anywhere. We all have to breathe that air. There is no our air versus China's air. We're all trapped in the same bubble. Also, companies tied to J.D. Vance, either from when he was a venture capitalist or from the billionaires who have funded his career, were actively moving manufacturing jobs abroad. So this is once again an example of J.D. Vance saying and believing whatever will get him what he wants at any given moment. Next lie. There are 25 million illegal aliens in the U.S., and they're stealing our housing and our jobs. When asked to explain how he plans to implement the largest mass deportation in history, as Trump has promised, Vance made the claim that there are 20 to 25 million illegal aliens in the country. That is false. It's impossible to know the numbers, but several studies estimate it to be around 11 million people, half of what Vance claimed.
Speed Reza, thank you for the gifted, and Soundkiller, thank you for the 14 months. The thing is that if Democrats start debunking Republican lies on the border, and not just, in a way where they're pushing back on Republicans, accusing them of not being draconian enough. But if they really start going, oh, actually, the fentanyl crisis is not caused by undocumented migrants or asylum seekers. 80, 90% of fentanyl is passed through by U.S. citizens carrying it, and it's being found at legal ports of entry. This is not coming over here through illegal ports of entry. And yet they're not going to do this, because that then is also in direct contrast of their own right-wing immigration policies. Yeah, if the scapegoat is removed, we might actually have to fix the problem.
The Office of Homeland Security report says it. The Pew Research Center says it. The Nonpartisan Migration Policy Institute says it. And even the conservative think tank Center for Immigration Studies has estimated 12 million. So this is patently false. Vance repeatedly throughout the night blamed all of the problems in America on either immigrants or manufacturing jobs outsourced overseas. He blamed our housing shortage on too many immigrants. And while it is absolutely true that there are many cities in this country struggling with homelessness epidemics and don't have additional shelters and housing for the migrants arriving from the border, that shortage is not because of immigrants. Immigrants are being affected by it, but placing the blame on the shoulders of some of the most vulnerable people on the planet, many of whom are seeking asylum or simply to be able to provide a roof and food for their families, that is letting major corporations off the hook for the way they have absolutely destroyed the housing stock in this country. People are struggling to find housing because wealth inequality is the highest it's ever been, because BlackRock owns all of our...
Yeah, they also ignore the fact that undocumented people pay $31 billion a year in federal, state, and local taxes and pay billions into Social Security without receiving those benefits. Like, we know that immigrants are good for our economy, and we know that undocumented immigrants, they pay into these systems that they don't even benefit from.
Houses, and landlords are price fixing, and we've let free enterprise run amok with one of the things necessary for sustaining human life: shelter. There is enough wealth in this country that everyone should be housed and fed, including the influx of immigrants at our borders. We have enough wealth to support them. It's just being hoarded by billionaires who buy out our politicians so they don't have to pay their fair share thanks to handy tax loopholes. Politicians around the world who benefit from provoking fear in their base of supporters want everyone to think that the wealth is scarce and must be protected from those violent, barbaric immigrants. But the only reason the wealth is scarce is because the people in power and their billionaire benefactors have made it so. But to distract us from noticing that and banding together in class solidarity, they villainize immigrants and sit back while we all fight over the scraps they've thrown to us. It's truly some Mad Max.
Undecided voters are bullshit. I was like looking through videos that I wanted to pull for stream, and there were so many like undecided voters in Michigan talk about what they think about the VP election. We talk to undecided voters and get their response and how they think Vance and Walz. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck because y'all are made up, okay? You are not real. You are not real. You know how you're voting, and I'm so sick and tired of, treating undecided voters as if they are the most important voting bloc in this country.
Dystopian.
And that, like, they're actually real.
People who aren't taught to see the bigger picture of how we all are by this system because they come from a failing education system that is also being torn apart by politicians and their billionaire benefactors. They don't know to look at the bigger picture. And instead, when Vance and Trump say, hey, look, there's so many impoverished immigrants here struggling to find housing along with you. No. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. It's actually those very immigrants who are stealing your affordable housing and murdering everyone on site while they're at it. So the problem must be solved by closing down the borders and being very, very afraid of brown people. Last night, JD Vance also blamed unemployment on immigrants in what was truly such a fucking twisted argument, I would be remiss not to point it out here. He said that the reason why wages are depressed is because immigrants are coming in and undercutting our wages and taking our jobs from us, as though it is the immigrants' fault that they're being paid $3 an hour to pick our strawberries. As though if those manual labor jobs in the fields were available, Americans would be flocking to them. As though the owners of those farms who are paying immigrants $3 an hour under the table would happily and readily hire Americans and pay them federal minimum wage, which would more than double their labor costs, if only these deviant migrant workers didn't keep coming and demanding to be paid $3 an hour. Or as though we have an absolute surplus of red-blooded American construction workers desperate for jobs, but all these immigrants keep coming in and demanding to work long hours for criminally little pay while ruining their bodies.
Yeah, that's why it's like doubly racist when Trump and Vance and their ilk repeat the line of illegal aliens are taking black jobs. Like there is double racism happening there.
These arguments demonizing immigrants bet on Americans' short-sighted inability to connect the dots. And that's why they work, because a lot of us aren't very good at connecting the dots. I don't have job. Immigrant has job. Therefore, immigrant take my job. Again, manufacturing scarcity so billionaires can...
Didn't Leisha Miller have a dog shit take a while back? I can't... Look, no one's infallible. Most people will be found guilty of having dog shit takes on things.
Continue to profit while the rest of us fight amongst each other like ants trying to grab up the scraps they're throwing us. You are far closer to homelessness and starvation wages than you are to being a millionaire. But the brainwashing of the American condition has you identifying with and empathizing with and humanizing businesses and billionaires more readily than humans crossing the border
Pete
in search of safety.
Buttigieg helped Walz with debate prep? Yeah. That is not shocking at all.
Instability. Because we've been conditioned to believe that we're all temporarily embarrassed millionaires and that scarcity is caused by the most vulnerable among us. And JD Vance and Trump did not invent this, but they are capitalizing on it in a moment when the entire world is turning nationalistic and demonizing migrants in order to protect their billionaire benefactors from having to answer to the angry mobs they should be answering to. Also, 90% of fentanyl in the US is brought in through legal ports of entry by US citizens. I am so sick of this lie that illegals are using children as drug mules and smuggling them across the border in the night.
The children yearn to be drug mules. I'm also LOLing because I only tweeted one thing. I only tweeted one thing watching the debate last night, and then I went to dinner. And I tweeted, the children yearn to be drug mules. They do. First they yearned for the mines, and now they yearn to be drug mules. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel tired. I feel tired, and there is an enormous part of me that it just feels like I'm not even into covering politics right now that is anything to do with like horse race politics, election bullshit type of, political coverage, because of the worsening crisis in the Middle East and how and how we may find ourselves at war with Iran by the election. Like, whoever our candidate is will be taking us into war. So it's very depressing. Just today, Israel heavily bombed Gaza and killed, I think the death toll was over 120. Obviously, in response to the airstrikes that Iran had directed at 3 of the Israeli military centers. And so, it is politics. Right now, it just feels... It feels real bad. It feels real bad. It's a horrible timeline. It really is. Yeah. I don't know.
That's why we're all dying of drug overdoses. It once
Love
again
you, Caroline. You're
blames
talented and intelligent. I just feel like I have nothing to offer. I don't know. Like, one, because my heart isn't even in it, and 2, it feels gross to be offering any analysis of the election from a let's look at the poll numbers and let's talk about politics as it doesn't pertain to our involvement in the Middle East, which is crazy. It's insane.
Immigrants for the problems caused by U.S. citizens and U.S. companies.
Oh no, I feel tired.
Moving on. Next lie. Is Trump planning on registering pregnancies? Walz claimed that Project 2025 wants to create a registration of pregnancies. That's not true. Project 2025 says the Trump administration should use every available tool, including the cutting of funds, to ensure that every state reports exactly how many abortions take place within its borders. So no registry of pregnancies, but definitely a tracking of abortions, many of which happen due to complications from pregnancies. That's not exactly reassuring. Trump has tried to distance himself from Project 2025, and it's true he has not officially adopted it and doesn't have to, but a lot of his policies align with Project 2025, and most of his advisors and people he would surround himself with if he were to become president again had a hand in or are affiliated with someone who had a hand in the publication of Project 2025's manifesto. So we can bet that Trump will do everything in his power to make as much of it a reality as possible if he's elected in November. Vance also claimed, like Trump did in his debate, that the Minnesota abortion law allows doctors to kill babies after they're born. I'm coming at you live from Minnesota right now. To be clear, no one is killing newborn babies in Minnesota. The law doesn't have a specific cutoff date for how many weeks along a person can be to get an abortion. Instead, the law says the government doesn't make that determination. It's up to a pregnant person and their doctor.
17 months.
And no ethically practicing doctor is going to perform an unnecessary abortion at 9 months or murder a baby after it's born. Full stop. There are other regulations, like every ethical thing on the books for doctors, as well as, laws against murder that keep them from doing that. And there are mechanisms to remove or punish doctors who break those rules. What Vance is referring to is the fact that the law does not require that doctors provide every life-saving option available to babies after they're born to make them live as long as possible if they have issues that prevent them from living. So like if a baby is born and clearly will not live without extensive, painful medical intervention, and even that would only prolong the baby's life by a very short time, and that short time would be excruciating.
I don't know, man. It's also like, okay, so the reproductive freedom, pro-women, that is top of the Democrats' ticket. And, we're supposed to praise them for how they are the pro-women party over Republicans who want to make it so that they're like tracking your fucking period. JD Vance wants to track my menstrual cycle and know everything about it. But it's hard when there is no parallels. There's no connections.
Netflix account?
I don't know. Okay. Sorry. I actually don't think we have one. It's frustrating when there are no parallel connections being made between how reproductive freedom and being pro-women has to apply to all women. That applies to women seeking asylum, pregnant women and mothers seeking asylum who are dying at the border, who are living in filth in detention centers, who are, separated from their children, from their families, who are not getting adequate medical attention. And same with women in areas like Gaza who are dying because they also can't get medical attention, who are having miscarriages, who are, unable to obtain menstrual products, and so they're having to like take dirty slips of their refugee tents and use that as a pad. And trans women seeking medical care. I mean, there's just like the lack of making these connections, not just demonstrated by our Democratic politicians, but also voters, where, okay, you're gonna sit here and say that the Democratic Party is the party for women, but not all women. Let's be clear about that, okay? Plus, maternal mortality rate in the United States, yes, Black women still dying at 3 to 4 times the rate of white women. Like not going hard enough for universal child care. I mean, not going at all for universal child care. For prioritizing things like paid family leave. Anyway.
Doctors are not required to intervene. They're only required to provide care. But conservative groups have jumped on that very subtle change in wording from preserve life to provide care to say that in Minnesota, doctors are just letting babies die. That is not happening, period. Vance went on to say that Republicans need to win back trust on the issue of family planning, and he and Trump want to pass pro-family policies to support women who are having babies and give people options for their future. And this was a moment when I really wanted Walz to actually debate by asking him how. What pro-family policies? How do you plan to make childcare more affordable like he claimed he would? What is the plan? Because the truth is they don't have one. Their policies, as I stated in a recent episode about how conservatives ruined marriage, make having and caring for a child more dangerous, more expensive, and more impossible for more people, making having a child a very unattractive option for many people in this country, even the ones who desperately want to have a child. Next lie, immigrants are bringing guns into the United States. On gun reform, Vance once again blamed immigrants and Kamala Harris's open border policy for the large influx of guns on American streets. That is not only patently and categorically false, but the opposite is true. Guns are being smuggled into Mexico from the US because we have so fucking many of them and they're so easy to get your hands on. And Mexican drug cartels are paying Americans to smuggle those weapons into Mexico. Over 200,000 guns per year by some estimates flow
If I ever have a child, my child will be smuggling guns and drugs.
The U.S.
They gotta
into
pay
Mexico.
rent.
The gun crisis is not being caused by immigrants. They are once again an easy scapegoat that they're hoping we will all fall for. Saying that, well, passing regulations on guns just won't work because people will still find a way to illegally do it, so we just shouldn't even try to regulate it, is just so disingenuous. Because by that logic, we should stop regulating everything. People illegally download movies and music every day despite anti-piracy regulations. Guess we should just stop trying. People steal every day despite criminal penalties against stealing. Guess we should probably stop regulating it. People drive cars without licenses every day. Guess we should stop requiring licenses. What's the point? It's the stupid.
Yeah, also, it's not just Mexico. We are the world's largest arms exporter. Like, we are the land of guns, baby. freedom. Freedom means an AR-15. So if you want a gun, then made in America.
Most illogical rhetoric, and yet Republicans have stuck with it for decades because somehow it works, despite clear and convincing evidence that a good guy with a gun does not stop a bad guy with a gun. It does not happen. And
unless you're this good guy. Okay, it depends on the good guy or the good girl.
JD Vance saying, well, we just need to put stronger doors on the fronts of our schools because this is just a fact of life we have to deal with, is abhorrent. And I hope everyone who is watching, especially those who have to send their kids to school every day, saw through his shit on that one, especially because Walz's answer was in line with what polls show most Americans want. Common sense gun control, background checks, red flag laws, licenses, not an all-out ban so that we can all round people up and take away all their guns. And then finally, line number 5, Vance claimed that Trump saved Obamacare. False. Trump did everything in his power over and over again to try to repeal Obamacare. And when asked how he would replace it...
I'm sorry. That was fucking crazy. But also, what is just so depressing is that the Democrats' stance on healthcare now is Obamacare. We've got the ACA, and man, was that historic. And Donald Trump tried to get rid of the ACA. Like, bruh, we should have moved on past the ACA. We should not still be talking about the ACA as, yeah, that's our healthcare plan. Do you know how many people lose insurance with their insurers through the ACA? Do you know how high people's premiums still are? Like, how many people are still in are every day going into medical debt? The ACA is not, it's not close to good enough. It was, it was a big deal at the time, and it also was a condensed, watered down version from what initially was. But it's just like fucking maddening. And I wish the good guy, neighborly Tim Walz would have been up on stage and been like, fuck it, let's talk about how everyone deserves healthcare. We need to make sure that every single person gets healthcare. Like, talk about healthcare as a human right and how you're going to make it a human right.
At the last debate, he said he had concepts of a plan. This one was just stupid. And then the night ended with the most damning question for Vance, and that was simply whether or not Trump won the election in 2020. And despite Vance's smooth talking all night, despite his ability to make his lies sound like thought out, measured truths, this was one thing he couldn't get around, because one certain red line you cannot cross in Trump's world is admitting he lost the 2020 election. So Vance repeatedly said, we had a peaceful transfer of power in 2020, and now he wants to look to the future, despite repeatedly being asked, did Trump lose the 2020 election? A simple question and a fatal inability to answer it that I hope left a lot of people with the memory of January 6th fresh in their minds so they don't forget, despite his smooth talking, that Vance's running mate did that and has said he'd do it again. But despite Vance's slip up at the end of the night and a number of very clear lies on his part, the main takeaway I was left with after the debate last night was this. Vance can make Trumpian policies sound well thought out, articulate, and sanitized in a way that is particularly insidious. With Trump, it's easy to point out his lies, to focus on his poor delivery, because he does present his ideas with brute force that is
Greetings from Norway. Trump and co. are literal criminal morons. Baffling how they are, I think this is Melena's alt. Baffling how they are on a presidential ticket, have millions of followers instead of being laughed out of the room. Save yourselves, kick money out of politics, get at least a third-party option to avoid two-party polarizations, give as many people as possible good, accessible education. All problems goes away over a couple generations. Until then, grit your teeth, I guess. Welcome to America. Yeah. Let's just get rid of this two-party system, please.
Tasteful to a lot of Americans. But Vance takes that rhetoric and repackages it for polite company. He takes his elite training from Yale Law School and turns around and uses it to weave seemingly coherent narratives out of complete lies. It's disinformation 2.0. He uses his elite Yale law degree to articulately try to convince you not to believe elites and experts. Repeatedly last night, he said, we cannot trust experts. We can only trust the wisdom and common sense of Donald Trump. Do not turn to economists for information about how the economy is doing. Turn to Donald Trump. He knows because of his wisdom and common sense. Or he says, we want to win back people's trust on family planning, and all we want to do is just introduce pro-family policies. We want to protect your housing and your livelihood from the threat of immigrants at our border. And he cordially and politely took Trumpian policies and made them more digestible for an audience that isn't well versed in what is fact and what is fiction. And last night's debate felt like old school pre-Trump era debates where the candidates are cordial to one another and stuck to policy instead of name calling, which on the one hand was a breath of fresh air after nearly a decade of Trump insanity, but on the other hand marks a very dark turn towards the normalization of a fascist platform that Trump popularized, but that figures like J.D. Vance, who have the degrees, training, and smarts to fine-tune it, will normalize. This has the very real possibility of coaxing the US public into passive acceptance of truly heinous and fascist policies wrapped in familiar-sounding rhetoric and convenient lies. Because as I've said before, that's how fascism typically happens, not with coups and explosive altercations, but quietly, as society is gently rocked into passive compliance so the fascists can infiltrate, pass the necessary laws, and put their plans into action while covering it up with the veneer of politics as usual. Do not be mistaken, this is not politics as usual. And I think this is not only happening with characters like Vance fine-tuning Republican rhetoric to sound more palatable, it's also happening in the Democratic Party as well, where key figures are celebrating that Dick war criminal Cheney is on our side, where Kamala keeps repeatedly saying that she wants to make sure we have the most lethal military in the world, where racist, xenophobic, anti-immigrant rhetoric infects both sides, and Democrats and Republicans alike are ready to pass historically restrictive immigration bills that embolden a border security force with a documented history of abuse.
Bro, I feel like Dick Cheney being embraced by Democrats is the Homelander meme, where he's like, oh, okay. Not only am I a massive fucking war criminal who did not face any consequences for my part in Iraq and Afghanistan, but now I'm treated like a hero. Yeah. He goes, he's the guy. He's the fucking guy now.
Immigrants at the border, where last night's debate started with a question not about how each candidate might ease tensions in the Middle East or how they might quell Israel's increased violence in recent weeks, but instead whether they would support a preemptive strike by Israel against Iran. A loaded question insinuating what most Western media and politicians have been touting, which is the lie that Israel is simply de-escalating through escalation, meaning somehow that by genociding the Palestinian population, by blowing up apartment buildings in Beirut, by killing innocent civilians through terroristic pager and cell phone bombs, that Israel is working to de-escalate tensions in the region. Israel has a right to defend itself, but when Iran retaliates, they're being terrorists. The double standard is staggering. The blind support for whatever Israel does is staggering. I made a whole episode chronicling the history of US-Israel relations, and I still struggle to fathom how people rationalize these positions. And it's happening on both sides of the aisle. And while I have been screaming from the rooftops for months that we need to vote in Harris because Trump is much, much worse, I stand by that, and I will vote for her, and I still think you should too, because the prospect of a second Trump term means not just chaos and increased hostility in the Middle East, but also a decimation of our rights here at home. But last night's debate made me feel really cynical, if I'm being honest, about both parties. And that hope I was feeling at the beginning of Harris's run is fizzling, because it's so clear to me.
Join the party, girlfriend.
That while we can and will continue to do the hard work of pushing our politicians to do what's right, and I want to have that conversation with Harris and not Trump, that will be an uphill battle. One that's still very much worth fighting, but one that will be disheartening and slow. Voting is the beginning of a conversation, so you need to vote in the person who you'd rather have a conversation with. I want that to be Harrison Walls, but that conversation is going to be long and hard. In the end, history tells us that vice presidential debates don't have a lasting impact on the outcome of an election. For example, Dan Quayle's VP debate was a debacle for him, and yet he and his running mate, George H.W. Bush, won in a landslide in 1988. The goal of the VP debate is, frankly, for the candidates to do no harm to their ticket, and I think both sides achieved that goal. The long-term impacts of this debate are likely less about who will win this November and more about Vance's longevity as a leader in the Republican Party.
Yeah, and Vance's job is to communicate Trump's agenda and to make it palatable to basically not be Trump. And he's terrible when he's on, when he's making a media appearance, when he's buying donuts. He's awful. But on the debate stage, he was effective at that. Imagine if Harris was going up against Bernie in the election. Leisha and everyone else would be calling Harris an outright fascist, but since she's going up against Trump, we have to talk to her, make her understand. As I've said repeatedly, Bernie Sanders, I mean, first of all, we didn't have a primary. Like there was no other choice besides Harris. So she just got to be the guy. And she's truly one of the luckiest candidates in political history because of the way that she performed so poorly in 2019, went on to be VP, was not, was really nothing as VP. Not that VP really does anything, but then got to be catapulted into this position without having to have a primary. And when she ran against someone like Bernie, when she literally ran against Bernie in the primary in 2019, she was forced to try and meet Bernie where Bernie was at because of how popular he was. Ugh. Okay. I'm over it. I'm over talking about the VP debate.
Our next.
This is my mood. This is my mood. No, I've just arrived. I'm already depressed saying the stream is about the debate. No, the stream is not about the debate. We just did a quick little recap, and I gave you my thoughts. Okay. Well, let's move on to something else. Jax, thank you for the 20 months. Caddick Lynn, thank you for the 10 months of tier 3. You just tested positive for COVID. Ooh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Hope you get better soon. Whoa, Blossom, thank you for the 2 months. Okay, let's talk about Ta-NEHISI Coates because I previously covered a piece on him and about his new book, The Message, and I hope that book sales go up because of the way that he was treated in this CBS interview, which is fucking atrocious. But it's not just the treatment of him, right? It's what it means for it's the treatment of Palestinian people, and for anybody who dares to be like, yeah, Palestinians are human beings. Shocker. But that's what this is representative of. And this, so we're going to watch this. And man, oh man, I just have to say Ta-NEHISI Coates he was stellar because he didn't waver. He stands strong, and it shows you it makes it even more obvious of the media's complicity in the ongoing genocide against Palestinians because of the dehumanization of Palestinians. And when you have someone like Ta-NEHISI, who is, you're not going to get him. You're not going to knock the mountain down. And you can try, which this journalist does, but it will only show just how craven and callous of a human being you are when you try to do something like
Guest
this.
is the acclaimed New York Times best-selling author Ta-NEHISI Coates. His new book, The Message, is a trio of interconnected essays that examine how the stories we tell or avoid telling can shape and even distort our reality. In the book, Coates reflects on his emotional first trip to Africa to visit Dakar, Senegal. Then he takes readers to Columbia, South Carolina, where he reports on the attempted banning of one of his books on race. And finally, Coates travels to the Middle East to witness the Israeli-Palestinian conflict firsthand. Ta-NEHISI Coates, good morning. How you doing?
Thanks for having me. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. You say that this book is written specifically for writers, stating that the task for young writers should be nothing less than changing the world. Why do you feel like writers should bear that responsibility?
Saving the world. Saving the world, just to be really specific.
The journalist cannot even get his quotes right. He can't even do that.
Writing is how we interpret so much of everything that is around us. The Message is a political book. It argues that much of our politics actually happens before we walk into a voting booth, that our choices around us, that who we believe is human, who we don't believe is human, what policies we believe should be in the world, which policies we don't, are actually shaped largely by writing and the stories we tell. And so I believe that writers, and particularly young writers, have so much to do in the politics and in this time when, you know, obviously we have so much conflict and there's so many quote-unquote issues to be dealt with.
Ta-NEHISI, I want to dive into the Israel-Palestine section of the book. It's the largest section of the book. And I have to say, when I read the book...
Both of them have pronounced his name differently and also incorrectly.
Okay. I imagine if I took your name out of it, took away the
Ta-NEHISI.
awards and the acclaim, took the cover off the book, the publishing house goes away, the content of that section would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist.
Okay.
And so then I found myself wondering...
This man is wilding. This man is wilding out. And here's the thing. Can you imagine if instead of Ta-NEHISI, they had a pro-Israel writer who was writing about how Israel should just continue to dominate and subjugate Palestinians? They would never frame it like this. Of course not. So can you imagine it? No, because it would never happen. It would never happen because this is how it goes in American media.
Why does Ta-NEHISI Coates, who I've known for a long time, read his work for a long time, very talented, smart guy, leave out so much? Why leave out that Israel is surrounded by countries that want to eliminate it? Why leave out that Israel deals with terror groups that want to eliminate it? Why not detail anything of the first and the second intifada, the cafe bombings, the bus bombings, the little kids blown to bits? And is it because you just don't believe that Israel, in any condition, has a right to exist?
Wow. Wow.
Well, I would say the perspective that you just outlined, there is no shortage of that perspective in American media.
Boom, right there. That is a perfect response. That is an absolutely perfect response where he's like, you guys say this enough. This has been the prevailing narrative. So no, as someone who is trying to present a different side of the story here, a different perspective, no, I'm not going to repeat what you all in mainstream media spend all your time saying. That's all that you care about. And I love too how that journalist presents what he just said as like totally unbiased facts, where he's like, this is so interesting that you didn't include any of this, which is clearly not me being biased and is all 100% objectively factual.
That's the first thing I would say. I am most concerned always with those who don't have a voice, with those who don't have the ability to talk. I have asked repeatedly in my interviews whether there is a single network.
I assume you've seen the background, Tony. Yeah, his ex-wife and children live in Israel. Like he is very, very pro-Israel bent.
Mainstream organization in America with a Palestinian American bureau chief or correspondent who actually has a voice to articulate their part of the world. I've been a reporter for 20 years. The reporters of those who believe more sympathetically about Israel and its right to exist don't have a problem getting their voice out. But what I saw in Palestine, what I saw on the West Bank, what I saw in Haifa in Israel, what I saw in the South Hebron Hills, those were the stories that I have not heard. And those were the stories that I was most occupied with. I wrote a 260-page book. It is not a treatise on the entirety of the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis.
But if you were to read this book,
Also, the other thing is he doesn't talk about Gaza in the book because, as he's explained, he didn't have a chance to visit Gaza before October 7th and obviously can't visit now. And so he didn't feel comfortable writing from a personal experience, you know, from his perspective, because he didn't have a chance to actually visit Gaza. So his writings on the Palestinian people and on what he experienced are his experiences in the West Bank. Listen to this next part.
would be left wondering, why does any of Israel exist? What a horrific place, committing horrific acts on a
He's
daily
literally not addressing anything in the book. He's not addressing anything in the book, and he's not addressing Ta-NEHISI's point.
basis. So I think the question is central and key. If Israel has a right to exist, and if your answer is no, then I guess the question becomes, why do the Palestinians have a right to exist? Why do 20 different Muslim countries have a right to
My answer is
exist?
that no country in this world establishes its ability to exist through rights. Countries establish their ability to exist through force,
Yes.
as America did. And so I think this question of right to Israel does exist. It's a fact. The question of its right is not a question that I would be faced with any other country.
But you write a book that delegitimizes the pillars of Israel. It seems like an effort to topple the whole building of it. So I come back to the
He's
question,
like,
and it's what I struggle
why do you hate Israel so much, Ta-NEHISI? Why? Why do you hate Jews? Why do you hate Israel?
with throughout this book. What is it that so particularly offends you about the existence of a Jewish state that is a Jewish safe place and not any of the other states out there?
There's nothing that offends me about a Jewish state. I am offended by the idea of states built on ethnocracy,
Yes.
no matter where they are.
Yes.
Muslim included.
I would not want a state where any group of people laid down their citizenship rights based on ethnicity.
Yes.
The country of Israel is a state in which half the population exists on one tier of citizenship, and everybody else that's ruled by Israelis exists on another tier, including Palestinian Israeli citizens. The only people that exist on that first tier are Israeli Jews. Why do we support that? Why is that okay? I'm the child of Jim Crow. I'm the child of people that were born into a country where that was exactly the case, of American apartheid.
Yes.
I walk over there and I walk through the occupied territories and I walk down the street in Hebron. And a guy says to me, I can't walk down the street unless I profess my religion. I'm with another pastor. No. I want to. This is very, very important.
It is important. It is
extremely important.
Yeah, lay it down.
I'm working with the person that is guiding me is a Palestinian whose father, whose grandfather and grandmother was born in this town. And I have more freedom to walk than he does. He can't ride on certain roads. He can't get water in the same way that Israeli citizens who live less than a mile away from him can.
And why is that
okay?
Why is that?
Why
is there no agency in this book for the Palestinians? They exist in your narrative merely as victims of the Israelis, as though they were not offered peace at any juncture, as though they don't have a stake in the...
Oh my fucking God. Why are the people who are victims of apartheid responsible for being victims of apartheid? Ta-NEHISI so beautifully and eloquently laid out the system of apartheid in Israel. And this motherfucker's response is, why is that Palestinians' fault? Not saying like, yeah, why are Palestinians blamed for that? He is blaming them. And here's the thing. You saw right there. He didn't push back on the apartheid because he fucking knows it's true, man. And instead, he keeps trying to have these gotchas on Ta-NEHISI where he's like, so Ta-NEHISI, I noticed that you seem to have a problem with the Jewish ethno-state. And Ta-NEHISI's like, I actually have a problem with any ethno-state. I have a problem with any state that exists in a current form where it relies on discrimination. It relies on systemically and systematically discriminating against people within its own state. I have a problem with that in general. I have a problem with apartheid. And this piece of shit thinks that his response, to which he doesn't respond to what Ta-NEHISI is saying. He doesn't even say like, well, it's not apartheid. Like, okay, obviously that would make him apartheid denier. But instead he's like, well, Palestinians are responsible for being apartheided, for being discriminated.
This as well. What is their role in the lack of a Palestinian?
I have a very, 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 very moral compass about this. And again, perhaps it's because of my ancestry. Either apartheid is right or it's wrong. It's really, really simple. Either what I saw was right or it's wrong. I am, for instance, against the death penalty. What the person did.
Yeah, boom. Also, this journalist's name is Tony Ducupiel. Tony Ducupiel. He is so good in this whole interview, Ta-NEHISI is, where he says, look, I am morally against apartheid. Boom, bang, the end. The difference between you and me is that I am against apartheid. That's what this is here, right? He's like, so the reason that I am morally against Israel is because I am morally against apartheid, and I am consistent in that. And that is why when I had this personal experience, when I was woken up to the reality of Palestinians living in Israel, of Palestinians living in Palestinian territories, and how every aspect of their lives is dominated by Israel, I recognize this for what it is. This is a system of oppression. This is one group in power dominating a group without power. This is oppression in a different context from the oppression that I've talked about during Jim Crow, during slavery.
To get the death penalty?
Yeah. Ta-NEHISI said, look, buddy, my values are consistent. I don't know about yours. Hey, look, buddy, I'm actually somebody who's against apartheid in all forms. I am against systemic oppression, no matter the context.
It really doesn't matter to me. I don't care if they were selling a nickel bag of marijuana or if they were a serial killer. I am against the death penalty. I am against a state that discriminates against people on the basis of ethnicity. I'm against that. There is nothing the Palestinians could do that would make that okay for me. My book is not based on the hyper-morality
What's the last
of the
message
Palestinian
you want
people.
In lessons, because many people feel it's complicated. You say it's not complicated. Less than 20 seconds. What's your message?
Less than 20 seconds. I want people to read the book.
Well,
And I don't make the assumption that somebody would just read the book and have read nothing else about Israel and Palestine.
You're still invited to High Holidays. I'll see you at the show.
Wow, what a
I mean
dick.
it.
That'll do it for us.
Thank you.
Dude, oh my God. You know what's so great about this too is that Ta-NEHISI, as we talked about last time I covered The Message and I read that piece on him, is that he's a liberal darling. He has been allowed into the upper echelon of liberal establishment, okay? He's a media darling. He's beloved by political figures. And even though he has critiqued the establishment, he's never done so in a way where he has been challenged, as he was here, by the liberal establishment. And that is the difference with every other topic and Israel and Palestine. And to see him use that power and that insider access that he has to be so fucking resolute and just so stalwart on his calling out the systemic oppression that Israel perpetrates every single day on Palestinians is very admirable and is also so important. And I don't know what's going to happen with his career. And he has also said, he's acknowledged that this will most likely hurt his access and that this will probably have an effect on his career and his establishment contacts. But he said he doesn't care because he who would he be? Who would he be if he did not write about the things that he saw, if he did not make the connections between the various systems of oppression? And so be it. Yeah. If he gets blacklisted, then he gets blacklisted, but at least he will know that he never ran from the truth.
My friend, you are great.
So here he is on The Daily Show, obviously a more friendly audience here. Jon Stewart isn't going to come out. I haven't watched this, but I know he's not going to come out the gate being like, so this would be found in the backpack of someone who's an extremist. So why do you hate Jewish people, Ta-NEHISI? Why are you so against Israel existing, Ta-NEHISI? Coates is approaching a leftist worldview despite being deep in the liberal establishment. It's interesting to watch. Well, the way that he describes himself is he says his beliefs are radical, but his delivery of his beliefs has always been conservative. And I think that's why he's been welcomed into these, welcomed into the liberal establishment settings, because he's very even-tempered. He's not going to start, raging. There's not going to be a clippable moment because of something he said that was so outrageous. Like, he's just, in the way that he uses his words to deliver his written words is, you just saw him on CBS and you see him here. And so he's always been like palatable to liberals, and it's why he's such an effective communicator and why he is a great person to be communicating his message on Palestine, and to be, basically pointing out that this is a battle, and on one side are those who dare to affirm Palestinian humanity and dare to treat Palestinians as human beings who are deserving of autonomy and of a life of dignity. And then on the other side, it's the side that does not affirm Palestinians as human beings, because they don't see Palestinians as full human beings. He's pretty good at sneaking in his politics on Captain America and Black Panther comics too. Yeah, he also, this is his return to nonfiction writing. He had taken a break for a while. He was doing the Hollywood thing and, was largely doing fiction. And now he's back. And he's back with what I think is probably some of his most important work to date. I haven't read The Message yet, but as far as him being such a liberal darling, such such an important voice, and taking on the subject of Israeli oppression of Palestinians. Get the Greta Thunberg treatment? Yeah, he's already getting it. He's already getting it. I've seen people like Barry Weiss and other, liberal darlings who have totally turned on him because Ta-NEHISI is an extremely prominent voice, and he is also, he's not Muslim, he's not Arab, he's not Palestinian, and he is not just calling out the actions of the state of Israel, but he's also calling out the media. He's calling out his peers who previously, have considered him one of their own. And so what he is calling out, and what the treatment of him also illustrates, is that this is not something that happens in isolation. This is a pattern. This is a pattern of dehumanizing Palestinians. This is a pattern of labeling anybody who dares to critique the power of Israel and the way they wield that power to label them as anti-Semitic. That's really what this illustrates.
Difficulty. Honestly, it feels great to know.
Yeah, and also he is a black man in America, and he is a black man in America who's challenging the establishment, but not in a way that's palatable to them, not in a way that is acceptable thing, okay? Those of us who feel genuine empathy towards genuine empathy towards Jewish people, and have an understanding of the history of oppression and atrocities that Jewish people have faced, we actually, like, this is why being anti-Zionist is not anti-Semitic, and in fact is being is actually being a true ally to Jewish people, because Jewish people should not be tied to these atrocities. These atrocities should not be committed in the name of Jewish people. And the consequences of anti-Semitism because of this this conflation of everything Israel does is in the name of Jewish people. So therefore, these atrocities are attributed to all Jews around the world. It is wrong. And those of us who are anti-Zionist do not want that for Jewish people. We do not want this to be a part of Jewish history. And that's how anti-Zionist Jews feel. Right, Michael Brooks paraphrased, "My Jewish beliefs and education informs my opposition to apartheid." That's why Jewish people say "not in our name." This is not going to, this cannot be a part of who we as Jewish people are. As, the history of Jewish people in this world should not include the systematic oppression of Palestinian people. Like, this needs to end. And those who actually understand Jewish values, either because they are Jewish or just because they know Jewish values, understand that the actions of Israel from its founding are in complete opposition to those values. My Jewish values are part of the reason why I'm an anti-Zionist, even if the majority of people in my life disagree with me. At least my dad isn't a Zionist, and that makes me happy. Right. I don't know. It's something where it's not just a lie to be called anti-Semitic because you support Palestinian rights, and because you oppose the actions of Israel. Like, it's not just false being called anti-Semitic. It is also painful, because those of us who are anti-Zionist because we believe in humanity, right? We believe in human rights, and therefore we believe that Palestinians as human beings deserve their liberties too, but also because of the empathy we feel towards Jewish people, and just how much suffering they have endured, and how it is like it is a stain on Jewish history to have Israel and its continued barbarity towards Palestinians. My dad was listening to these two interviews, and all he got out of it was, so Israel isn't allowed to protect itself. I'm having so much trouble trying to educate him on this situation. It's been eating away at me. Yeah, man. That is clear and blatant Israeli propaganda, where everything is framed as Israel is the victim Israel's always been hit first, and they've never been the aggressor. And so, when we're looking at this situation today, Lebanon has, Hezbollah has been attacking Israel, so Israel's defending itself. Iran has attacked Israel, and every time Israel has attacked back, it's only been in defense. It's only been because Iran attacked Israel. So everything is framed as Israel is always on the defense because the rest of the region is so hostile to Israel and therefore always attacking Israel. And that's, that type of brainwashing is hard to undo. Whether, it's somebody who's been brainwashed to believe that Israel is the victim, or whether it's someone, a dude who's been brainwashed to believe that women make false sexual assault claims all the time, and therefore, men are victims and are at the whim of women lying about being assaulted, or, whatever it is, where like someone so firmly believes that their side is a side that has been victimized. Like white people believing that any successes by black people or, other people of color has meant less for white people, and therefore white people are victims in this country. They are victims of racial progress. And it is hard to de-victimize, it's hard to get somebody to understand that they are not a victim in a situation where their side has the power still. And I think for someone like your dad, I don't know if he's going to listen to Ta-NEHISI Coates, but he might listen to Israeli scholars. He might listen to Israeli historians who have written extensively and identified Israel as being the entity with power when it comes to their history with Palestinians. So I think I think maybe that's always a good thing to try, and that's always a good way to try and get, maybe a more effective way to try and get someone like your dad to see a different perspective, to like actually listen. Norman Finkelstein! Right? Like, he's not going to listen to a Palestinian person. He's not going to listen to a Palestinian person, unfortunately. Not going to listen to someone like Ta-NEHISI Coates. But maybe he will listen to a Gideon Levy. Maybe he will listen to Norm Finkelstein. I mean, Norm might be a little off-putting for trying to deprogram a Zionist. I think Norm is great. But, maybe like show him pieces in Haaretz. Haaretz has been so much more and there's a lot of Zionist writers on staff, but Haaretz has still been more critical of Israel. That is an Israeli newspaper. They have been more critical of Israel than most of Western mainstream media has. Ian Pape is also great. Yeah, I mean, how can you call Israeli historians and scholars biased and liars, who are deeply malevolent? There are definitely those who are deeply, deeply malevolent. But a lot of people, it's fear, and it is ignorance, and it's being taught your entire life that these people hate you because of your religion, because of the freedom that your democratic state allows you, right? Oh, people in the Middle East hate us because we're America and we're the land of the free, because we're a democracy. The Daily Show is supposed to be a comedy show, yet they did a better job interviewing Coates when compared to CBS. It's insane. Our news media is so unserious. That's because Jon Stewart, even with his imperfections, is an empathetic person, and comedy requires empathy. And so he is always going to be better on these matters than fucking CBS is. And I also think that Jon Stewart has, you know, he's gone through a lot in the last 2 years career-wise, when he was with Apple and then he got into that whole thing with Apple. And I think I don't think Stewart feels as beholden to the network as mainstream media journalists do. And I'm not saying that somebody like Tony, what's his face, who was the piece of shit on CBS, is saying the things he's saying because of that pressure from, you know, from higher ups or whatever. I think he actually, you know, those are his beliefs. But like, we see this a lot with people in the media where they're just repeating what they've been told to repeat. It's hey, this is how we do things. This is how we don't do things. Yeah, it's very like, you step out of line and you're gonna get in trouble for it. I mean, Mark Lamont Hill, when he got fired, right? There are Brianna Greyjoy, when she got fired from the Hill. There are instances of people who have stepped out of line who've been fucking fired. And so I think Stewart doesn't have that. One, he doesn't have the same pressures on him because he's Jon Stewart. Mehdi Hassan, same thing. And two, I think that he also doesn't care as much. Like, remember how pissed people got at Jon Stewart when he was criticizing Joe Biden? When he was like, people said, you're both sizing Biden and Trump. And he's, you know, Jon Stewart's part of liberal media. He's a lib. I love Jon Stewart, but he's a part of liberal media. And he did what a lot of liberal media was not doing, and he pissed off a lot of liberals. He's done a lot of fighting for things out of a sense of moral obligation, which is more rare than it should be. Yeah. Good comedy requires empathy. It requires an element of truth-telling. The best comedy comes from reflection of what is actually happening in the world. That's why right-wing comedy is so terrible. I don't know about you, but I love jokes about pronouns. My pronouns are shut the fuck up. John Oliver show's off season. I haven't seen him lately. No, I think he comes back soon. You know what I love about Ta-NEHISI? Suboptimal, thank you for the 2 months. He had this understanding when his piece, I can't remember what it was. His piece was coming out on on Jim Crow and on the vestiges of the leftovers of slavery and systemic racism, all that. And there was a Palestinian woman at a talk he was giving, and she was silenced because in that book, or I can't remember if it was a book or if it was an article. Yeah. Anyway, this is before before he'd gone to the West Bank, before he understood what the situation has been for Palestinians. And that event there, he's talked about when this Palestinian woman was silenced, and he talked to his editors at The Atlantic and was like, hey, do we have actually anyone Palestinian who can take a look at this? And the answer was no. And what I love about him is that he is somebody who's obviously, he's an intellectual. He's very established. He's very successful. He is, how old is he actually? He is almost 50 years old, right? So he's not a young buck anymore. And yet he is demonstrating. Was that Rania Khalek? I don't remember that being. I don't remember that name, but it could be. But anyway, he's demonstrating an ability to take in new information and to change his beliefs still. Yeah, it was. Wait, let me see. Oh, wow. It turns out I played a role in pushing Ta-NEHISI Coates to look more deeply into Palestine. I was the woman who yelled on the mic about Palestine, got shouted down at his event with Jeffrey Goldberg. It was at the 6th and I synagogue in DC, I think in 2014. That was really hard to do. I remember being very nervous about saying what I said, and I'm so proud I did it. If anyone reading this knows Ta-NEHISI, please tell him thank you for listening and for his willingness to learn and speak out. Wow, that's amazing. Like, can you imagine 2014 doing that and doing that to Ta-NEHISI Coates? You know, it's not like it's not like she was saying that to some ambassador from Israel who was just spewing all this garbage. But anyway, back to my point here, in that Ta-NEHISI is almost 50 years old. He's very established. He is, he's been doing his thing for a long time, and yet he is showing that it's never too late to change your mind. And it is so important when you have a new understanding because of either an experience you've gone through or, like something you've witnessed or just been exposed to new perspectives, that you use that information to inform your beliefs. And it's never something where we should ever be set in our ways and set in our beliefs for the rest of our lives, because even people like Ta-NEHISI, who are morally good and have done a lot of good, he's done a lot of good with his writing. He recognized a blind spot that he had and recognized that he was not being exposed to this other perspective. And so he sought that out. And I always talk about, like, with changing your mind, okay, with expanding your understanding of something, it's not about your past ignorance. It's about what you do when you learn something that challenges something you previously thought to be true. That is how you measure the kind of person that you are. And if Ta-NEHISI had chosen to just continue to ignore the Palestinian perspective, then that would have told you what kind of person that he is. And that is also what he has recognized and why he said, I don't care if I'm blacklisted. I don't care what, like, personal consequences I face, because who would I be as a writer and as a person if I had chosen to keep being blind to the Palestinian experience? And let me tell you, a lot of times it's easy to just turn the other way. You go, oh, nope, I don't know that. Nope. I'm just going to keep on this track because it's easier, because it's safer. Examine your beliefs. Maybe they won't change. Maybe they will. Either way, you're bound to think in new ways. I just need to point this out. Barry Weiss. What can be said about her? She wrote this, she quoted the journalist, the writer Coleman Hughes. Coates is not a journalist so much as a composer, one who uses words not to convey the truth, much less to point a constructive path forward, but to create a mood the same way that a film scorer uses notes. And the specter haunting this book, and indeed all of his work, is the crudest version of identity politics, in which everything, Wealth disparity, American history, our education system, and the long-standing conflict between Israel and its Arab neighbors are reduced to a childlike story in which the victims can do no wrong and have no agency, and the villains can do no right and are all-powerful. Those are certainly a lot of words to just say, yes, I love apartheid. I love apartheid. Also, important to note, Coleman Hughes, the writer that Barry is quoting, is a fellow at the Manhattan Institute who's argued that reparations would make black people into victims and how maybe Chauvin didn't really kill George Floyd. How convenient. He also hates Ta-NEHISI Coates' critique of Zionism. Yeah, so do we see the parallels here, the connections between those who are so staunchly Zionist, who are really so genocidal and violent, and how that has a connection to their understanding of systemic oppression of black people in the United States. And these are people who are, you know, a lot of them who are liberals, but, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, even the liberals who would have the black square, right? The performative activism, who would still then cry about crime, you know, crime in major cities. Oh, the black youths are, you know, causing our liberal cities to burn. That, you know, we need to have more policing. Liberals believe this. There are a lot of liberals who, black squares be damned, want there to be more cops. And when it comes to actually opposing police brutality, they're nowhere to be found. And the connection between also supporting the actions of the powerful state of Israel and the brutality that they enact on people, on civilians in Gaza, in Lebanon, you know, in the whole region. When I feel bad about myself, I remember Barry got a high-paying job with no talent. It's all random. I think she has a talent. I think that she is good at convincing people that she is one of the premier intellectuals in this country, that she is a paragon of unbiased excellence. Yeah, I think she's very talented at pretending like she's not a genocidal maniac. The entire black experience to just Zionist oppression is a weird comparison, but all right. I don't think you understood anything that I was saying. Are you talking to me? Ignore my message. Okay, because that's kind of crazy. I did not write that correctly. Okay, because I am absolutely not diluting the black experience in its entirety to Zionist oppression. I'm pointing out the parallels, right? And that's what Ta-NEHISI is doing and did with his book, where he demonstrates an understanding of how systems of oppression are linked. And just for clarification here, when we point out people who simultaneously hold beliefs of, you know, being pro-policing and in the United States of America, and also being extremely pro-Israel, how that is linked. Okay, anyway, we're almost done with this. What a 180. What a complete difference from his appearance on CBS. And you could even see when he was on CBS that, like, Ta-NEHISI was obviously prepared for bad faith bullshit pushback from from the journalists on CBS. But you could tell still that he was floored. He was floored at just the aggressiveness of of the one guy and how like how in the way that he framed his questions, which were not questions, but the words of someone who's been manufacturing consent for Israeli brutality and wants to make it seem as if he is being objective and unbiased. That guy got circumcised twice. What? Where did you, what? He got circumcised. Why is one not enough? Why is one not enough? He wrote an article about it. Okay. Oh, he didn't get the fade right the first time. Oh my God. I said this an hour ago. Look, I don't see every single chat message. You guys know this. And his wife divorced him? Wait, I kind of love this timeline of he got circumcised again as an adult and then his wife left him. Listen up. Listen up, pro-Palestinian person. My wife left me. I heard circumcised twice and came back. Oh my God. My adult circumcision, how I made the cut for my new religion? Gross, dude. Why the fuck did you get to write on this? He wrote this for the New Republic. Is this a photo of a hot dog? What the hell? Did he pick this picture? She took the foreskin in the divorce? Ah! Wait, he converted for his wife and his wife still left him. Listen up, my wife left me. Hold on a second. He converted for his wife. His wife left him. Now lives, is back in Israel. Has the kids. And this guy with his double circumcised dick is in the United States working as #1 Israeli spokesperson. Minus one wife and minus 2 dick scans. And then he married Katie Tur. Bro, okay. He married Katie Tur. Katie Tur, who was previously in a relationship with Keith Olbermann. Keith Olbermann, who won't shut the fuck up online about his relationship with Olivia Nuzzi when Olivia Nuzzi was 21 and Keith Olbermann was 55. This man literally has found a way to make the Ryan Lizza, Olivia Nuzzi, RFK drama scandal that every day more information comes out. And I'm like, I am being held against my will learning this information. I am learning this information and I don't want to be learning this information. And then here comes Keith Olbermann. He's like, oh yeah, I was with Olivia when she was 21 and I was 55. And then posted a picture of them when he got his puppy and was like, I don't want to brag, but this is probably the best moment of her life. What are these names? These names are Washington, D.C., like, insiders. They're of the Washington, D.C. inside circle. Remember, D.C. is Hollywood for ugly people, and so just always keep that in mind. Anyway, bruh. It's very incestuous in D.C., It's very much so like, oh, who's dating who now? Drama, gossip. This person is 40 years older than this person. Dude, it is such a small circle. That's what I'm talking about, though. It's such a small circle, and that's why Ta-NEHISI, who's been in this liberal circle, right? He's got insider access. He's been at all the things, right? He's met all the people. Everybody knows Ta-NEHISI quotes. Now he is challenging them in a way that they don't like. Caroline, where do you think you would be in life if you stayed a DNC lib? I'll tell you exactly where I would be. I would have either stayed in Chicago or I would have moved to DC. I would have worked for some campaign. I would have been running around the Hill in my stupid little suits from, like, I don't know, Gap. And I would be I would be in that world. I would be in that world. I would still be obsessed with the Pod Save America guys. I would literally be doing things like fuck, marry, kill, John, and Tommy. You could have been an alderman at this point. Yeah, I don't know. And then I probably would have killed myself. I'm joking. That's a joke. That is clearly a joke. What did you think of Pete Buttigieg when you were a lib? I thought that he was very smart. Yeah, I would have Brian Kilmeade. Excuse me, Brian Kilmeade. I thought that Pete was smart. I thought that he, you know, I was like, this guy is he's gonna take on Fox News and shit like that. I don't think, though, I was in my full lib phase when Pete Buttigieg came onto the scene. You know? Like, obviously, I didn't keep up with Pete Buttigieg when he was mayor. And so once he started, once he started making national waves and then eventually ran in the primary, I was not Libby libbed up. Who was your favorite politician when you were a lib? Oh, dude, Nancy Pelosi. I told Nancy Pelosi that she was an inspiration. Okay, wait, let me see some of this piece. I understand the world doesn't usually think much about adult male circumcision. You know, I think about it all the time. When I'm not streaming, you guys, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about male dicks without their skin. Can't get enough. It's like having a chat about ball trampling or the Pentagon's Kevlar underwear. Even on the covered wagon side of the circumcision wars, where people fight for the foreskins of baby boys, no one wants to talk about grown men getting their corn shucked. Take it to Craigslist, please. I get all this and so much more. Do you, though? And yet, as someone who knows the sting of this particular ritual, who volunteered for it, in fact, and signed his own check to the part-time reaper who did the job, I have to say, it's not so bad. There's no need for any of us to go on treating our junk like our father-in-law's scratch-free Ferrari. It's much tougher than you think. I came to this knowledge on the way to the altar of all places. I was engaged to a nice Jewish girl, taking some free conversion classes at a big progressive Manhattan synagogue. I wanted to learn about something that mattered to her. And the more I learned, the more it mattered to me too. You want to know what's even more bitch-ass loser behavior than a Jewish person who's Zionist? Is a non-Jewish person who's a raving Zionist, because it's not even like they were raised unless they're like Christian Zionist, whatever, where, you know, they're raised in a church that's going, we got to get all the Jews back in the Holy Land so that then Jesus comes back and they're all going to die, but we're all going to ascend. But anyway, somebody like Tony, circumcised twice, who this is of his choosing. Like, he wasn't raised with these beliefs from Jewish school or from temple or from, you know, a family who was raised this way to believe that Israel must exist or Jews cannot be safe. That, you know, Israel was the answer to a history of Jewish oppression. That we can't lose Israel, the Holocaust will happen again. Shit like that. This wasn't a fur coat and summer kind of congregation. It was part of the reform movement. Only game for the high holidays, mostly casual about pork, always down with gay female rabbis. One of my own rabbis, gay and female, slipped me the number of a mohel, a professional snipper. I laughed it off. Classic Jewish humor. If one converts to Judaism, are they considered real Jews in Zionist community? I think if they convert to Judaism and are like insanely Zionist, then welcome in. But I am also sure that there are probably Zionists who would consider, who would take into consideration other factors, right? Like, we know that racism in Israel exists even amongst Jewish Israelis. You know what? Third time's the charm. Third snip is the charm. I think that Tony two-time should become Tony three-time. Medically speaking, I was already circumcised along with most of the other babies born in America in the 80s. But that's no good for God. I needed a Hadafat Dambrit, a drawing of blood. To remain uncut, I was told, is to remain spiritually cut off from the Jewish people. That's the idea of the covenant. Bro, when's he talk about his wife leaving him? When's he talk about his wife taking his foreskin and leaving him? When the mohel arrived, he looked, I'm sorry to say, like Danny DeVito in curls. We stood in silence. I opened my towel. Hello, groin. He opened a shaving bag with glinting instruments. Hello, knife. My mohel produced a pen-sized lance, which he wielded ever so gently, like Lady Grantham with a paring knife. He sliced, diced, squeezed, stripped, and was done. The whole transaction was over in seconds, long before I could scream or faint or decide if I liked it. Instead, I felt the way I remember feeling. As a child, when rising early, I could watch light fill the woods behind my house, revealing nothing at all scary. When the mohel finally spoke, he spoke in Hebrew, and I couldn't make out a word of it. I don't know what you're saying, but I understand. But I had the feeling that the substance of his words was important. Wait, no fucking way! I didn't even read this next sentence, you guys. But I had the feeling that the substance of his words was important. And that if I could understand him, I would be in the possession of something profound. A message from God. It's only a penis. Oh, this fucking weirdo. This man gets way too descriptive about how he thinks he needed this to not be getting cut by a knife. Yeah, I still, you know, at the top here when he says, I understand the world doesn't usually think much about adult male circumcision. Yeah, I think he should have just probably ended there. He should have. Who the hell is the target audience for this? The target audience are other middle-aged men like himself who are going to get circumcised as adults. Man, oh man. You know what one of my favorite things is when you are introduced to someone because they're the biggest piece of shit and you're like, wow, this person really sucks. And then you find out other things about them that only further highlights what losers they are. And everything else that you learn in addition is like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You know, it always happens that way. It's like a please put the fries in the bag, man. I don't want to hear your thoughts on double dipping. Double sourcing. Adult circumcision is none of my business, and thank God. Yeah, it's none of my business. None of my business. Don't care. Quick palate cleanser. Do you think that I haven't been shown this clip 1,000 times by my roommate? I have seen this.
No.
Will loves to watch clips that he's in and then laugh at them and then show me.
I an epic
Who do
warrior's
you think
death.
of the three of us is most likely to go to hell?
Oh.
You're gay. Oh. No, hold on. No, hold on.
My man said, wait, hold on. No, wait.
Hold on, wait. No. Y'all.
I an epic
Who do you
warrior's
think
death.
of the three of us is most likely?
He's shown me this one, and then he also showed me, what was the other one he was dying over? It was about the pictures, the sexual pictures. Where Austin's like, I don't send pictures unless they're sexual. And they were like, wait, but you always send us pictures. Have you seen this clip, though? I also caught Will looking at a Moo Dang clip when he thought I wasn't looking. Burp, burp. I love you, baby girl. He censored Moo Dang in his chat? What a fucking bitch. He is such an ass. He is... Wow, I cannot. With that man. I have seen Chonky. I love Chonky. Or Pesto. I'm sorry, you guys. Chonky. Pesto the Chonky baby penguin. I just called him Chonky. Okay, I have to pee. I'll put you guys, if you don't know Chonky, aka Pesto, you can watch this. And then I have just a couple other things.
The king penguin chick at an aquarium in Australia is capturing hearts on the internet. Pesto was only born back in January, but that hasn't stopped him from growing to a whopping 22 kilograms or 49 pounds. He lives at the Sea Life Melbourne Aquarium, which says his size is due to factors including genetics, good parenting from his penguin parents, and his diet of about 25 fish per day. Pesto is expected to slim down when he eventually develops his adult feathers.
Pesto's parents, Tango and Hudson, are seasoned professionals when it comes to raising king penguin chicks. They're really good at taking turns and putting lots of focus and attention onto baby Pesto. Now, to give you some reference, both Tango and Hudson weigh only about 11 kilos. King penguins incubate their eggs for about 55 days. Pesto hatched back in February, so approaching almost 9 months old. Tango and Hudson both are involved in nurturing him for this whole time, as well as the keepers coming in to feed him 4 times a day. So average parental care for a baby king penguin can span over a year. So we've been waiting a very long time to find out Pesto's gender. And the fact that he's a boy is super exciting because our last king penguins that hatched were all female.
Isn't he so cute? Pesto! All right, y'all. This is a quick little tribute. This is not my usual long tribute. But. Oh, I have to go to a different playlist. This is a quick little tribute to Ken Page. Ken Page, who was a legendary Broadway actor. And I know that most of you don't know, wouldn't necessarily know Ken Page from his Broadway performances, but you probably know Oogie Boogie from Nightmare Before Christmas. And it is October. It is Spooktober. It is spooky season. And Nightmare Before Christmas, which actually, what do people think? Do people think Nightmare Before Christmas is a Halloween movie or a Christmas movie? Or both? Because I always watch Nightmare Before Christmas during Halloween season. But I think you can argue both. You know? I wouldn't say it's just a Christmas movie. The answers that I will accept are it's a Halloween movie or that it's both Halloween and Christmas. But I don't think I'll accept that it's a Christmas movie. But anyway, Ken Page was a legend. He had an amazing, amazing baritone voice. He was a very vivacious person. And the other thing that you may know him from is he was the Gator King in All Dogs Go to Heaven, which we watched during my 24-hour stream. And it was when I was failing. I was failing in health and in stamina, and so we did a cute, just calm hour and a half of let's just watch this and be cozy. So let's just watch a couple.
Tonight's
let's watch a couple
community.
of those clips. This is just a short little local news piece. I think this is in St. Louis. Yeah. Because Ken Page was also a St. Louis native. And if anyone in here is from St. Louis, then you probably know the Muni. The Muni is the largest outdoor theater in the country. The Muni is a staple of St. St. So you've got the Arch, you've got Cardinal Stadium, you've got the Muni. And Ken was a St. Louis, he was a St. Louis guy. And even after he was on Broadway and he had this, very illustrious Broadway career, he originated in both The Wiz and in Cats. And then he also, had a career in film and TV. Not as much as like a James Earl Jones, who also recently passed. We did a tribute to him. But Ken continued to perform or partake in the Muni. And he was also the voice of the Muni. So when you go to the Muni to see a show, you are greeted by Ken Page's voice.
He is mourning the loss of Ken Page. He was 70 years old.
For more than a decade, his voice welcomed audience members to the Muni. Tonight, we reflect on the long-lasting impact his career had across the country and here in his hometown.
Good evening, and welcome to the Muni's production of...
He was the voice and heart of the Muni.
I actually never known the Muni without Ken Page.
The St. Louis-born theater legend first performed on
Grayson,
the Muni
thank you for
stage
the
in
23 months.
1972. He'd eventually appear in more than 45 Muni shows, including this summer's production of Les Miserables.
He's a part of every corner, every part of this place.
Ken Page touched every corner of the entertainment industry, from the original Broadway cast of Cats to voicing Oogie Boogie in Nightmare Before Christmas. The beloved baritone's voice has been heard on stage and in the movies for decades.
That's what I'm talking about.
But it was his love for St. Louis that he might be best remembered. In 2002, Five on Your Side caught up with
Ken Page never forgot where he was from.
Page as he stepped into the role of director at his alma mater, Fontbonne University.
I was taught to always believe in myself and to believe in the possibilities that were there for me. Don't rain on my parade is my mantra. I used to sit at the bus stop at Natural Bridge and Goodfellow on my way to school, and I would sit there and I'd say, don't
You're not to live.
Ken
Life's
represents
candy,
the
but the
best of what
sun's
the
a
city
ball
could
of
be.
butter.
Excellence in a career, remarkable success. But
Don't
again,
bring
level of
around a
humility, he was
cloud
never
to
bigger
rain
than
on my
this. He could have been,
parade.
but he was never bigger than his home. He was never bigger than his home city.
For half a century, in between his Broadway shows and Hollywood successes, Page brought magic to the Muni.
The Muni's defined largely, by who we are and the people that grace that stage and the people that walk these halls. And there was no greater man than Ken Page on that list.
A legacy that will forever live in the theater's memory.
Again. Oh, Ken Page. You amazing, amazing talent. Okay, let's watch a couple performances of his. This is the scene in Nightmare Before Christmas. This is Oogie's song. Queerness to these characters and made them such standouts, right? if you've seen Nightmare Before Christmas, you do not forget Oogie Boogie. If you've seen All Dogs Go to Heaven, you do not forget the Gator King. Is The Nightmare Before Christmas considered a musical? I think it depends. I think it depends. I don't think that. I think it depends. I would say it's a musical. I don't think a lot of people though, like, oh, what's your favorite musical? What's your favorite musical movie? Nightmare Before Christmas. Like, I don't think that they would look at it like that. But yeah, you're right. Most Disney animation is musical in nature. Like, I don't think you would watch Lion King or Aladdin and go, that's a musical. But I think you can still consider it a musical, is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it's wrong to be like, oh, that's a musical. Does Wikipedia call it one is the real question. Yeah. Okay, so this is the scene in All Dogs Go to Heaven, which is just, the Gator King is so iconic.
Charlie, what's that moving in the water?
I don't know. Squeaker! We're gonna die.
Animated musical according to Wiki. All right, there you go.
Please, my watch!
You look like a tasty New Orleans canine gumbo.
No! Don't eat it, please!
How can you expect me to eat a voice as sumptuous as this? When I hear a dulcet tone like that, it gives me a big thrill. I can't eat a singer. I never could. I never will. Oh, what do you call that voice, little fella? That a baritone or a tenor?
It's,
Oh, I don't care. It's just you and me. Let's make music together. Let's make sweet harmony. Oh, let's make music together, baby. You take the dough, I'll take the ray. You better hang on to me. We are birds of a feather, looking for the right key. Oh, let's make music together, baby. 'Cause only music
More like Gator
makes a
Queen.
man free. Gonna make a beautiful song. Sing along, gonna let that natural beat move your feet when the music's deep down in you. There's nothing that you can do but believe. Oh, believe. There ain't nothing like singing, and our voices just blend. Oh, let's make music together, baby. Lift our voices together, partner. Let's make music forever, baby. And we'll always be friends.
Let's make music together.
Let's make sweet harmony. Oh, let's make music
She's dying.
together, baby. Let's make sweet harmony. Oh, let's make, this is for you, mama. Oh,
You okay, Squeaker?
let's make sweet harmony. Let's make
Charlie, I don't feel good.
Oh, let's make
So the moral of the story, is that if you're about to be violently killed, just start singing, because you never know if the thing that's about to kill you is a lover of music who, upon hearing your voice, will refrain from killing and eating you, because how could they take away such a sweet, sweet, sweet voice? Now, if you have a bad voice, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't. But yeah, music is the language that we all speak. Way ahead of his time with Be Gay and Do Crimes. Yeah. Okay, let's oh, I thought I had this. Where's the one that I wanted to watch? Did I put it in the wrong playlist? Probably. I bet I did. Maybe actually not. Okay, bear with me. We're gonna watch two. We're gonna watch 2 moments from Cats. All right. And I just want to say, I think that Cats is unfairly criticized. I think the music in Cats is beautiful. Okay. That's how I feel. You know, I love memory. So this first one is Old Deuteronomy's. Actually, you know what? This is the final song, so let's watch this as the last one. Let's watch this instead. Moments of Happiness. So this is so Ken Page played Old Deuteronomy, who's like the leader of the Cats. And here they are contemplating what happiness means, which is, you know, the theme of the song Memory. So anyway, we'll watch this and then we'll watch the other one. Okay, so now we're going to watch The Addressing of Cats. This is the final song of Cats the Musical, and it is sung by Old Deuteronomy. This is after Grisabella has left. She's been chosen. She's been chosen as the one to ascend. She leaves to begin her new life. And Old Deuteronomy, who's just still standing on that old tire, that floating tire, he speaks to the audience on all that they have seen and witnessed and learned. And he also explains how to address a cat properly. Yes! What's my favorite Weber musical? Phantom of the Opera. Okay. I know a lot of you are like, fuck this. But Ken Page, man, didn't he have such a gorgeous voice? He had such a gorgeous voice. He had an amazing career. I'm not going to make you sit through more musical theater. If I made Will sit through that, he would Brian kill himself. This is like his worst nightmare. This is Will's absolute worst nightmare. Also, it was pretty funny. Usually I don't pay that much attention to viewership, but sometimes when I'm doing stuff like this, I will. And it's just people like boop, 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 where they're like, no, thank you. I am not going to sit here and listen to fucking Cats on a Wednesday night. Oh my God. Oh, sometimes I crack myself up with what an annoying musical theater nerd I am. I stayed, yeah. And all I want to do is listen to Memory again. I've done this so many times though. I have listened to Memory from Cats so many times. It doesn't have Let me see if I can find Ken Page singing it, so at least I can justify. Hold on. If there is, if I can find a performance of him. Okay, this is not. This is just a recording.
All alone in the moonlight, I can smile at the old days.
Oh.
Life was beautiful then.
I'm trying to find a live.
I remember the time I knew what happiness was.
Oh. Oh.
Let the memory.
You thought Cats was a kid's show?
Daylight, I must wait for the sunrise. I must think of a new life, and I mustn't give in. When the dawn comes, tonight will be a memory too.
You're the best, mamas. Please never change. You crack me up in the midst of all the weak stuff. Oh, just wait for him to pop off.
Burnt out ends of smoky days, the still cold smell of morning. Someone mutters and a street lamp sputters, and soon it will be morning. Trust me, it's all we need to leave me all alone with the memories of my days in the sun. If you touch me, you'll understand what happiness is. Look, a new day has begun.
Glorious. Glorious. I watched Cats in 5th grade music class in 1999. It ruled. Let's go. Aardvark King, thank you for the 8 months. All right. Well, anyway, I think that's a good little tribute. There's obviously a lot more musical theater that he did that you all should know about, but we did some musical theater. We watched his scene in All Dogs Go to Heaven. We watched his scene in A Nightmare Before Christmas. Here's what Danny Elfman said on Twitch. I was stunned by last night's terrible news. His death also came out of nowhere. There's no cause yet, but apparently he died at home, but it was very sudden. Ken Page died suddenly. He was the one and only Oogie Boogie man. He was simply one of the best, most generous souls that I know, full of life and overflowing with joy. talented, and then some. Ken, my friend, you will be deeply missed. Oh. He was Mr. Oogie Boogie. Aquagrid, thank you for the 8 months. The Oogie Boogie Bash is going to hit different this year. Yeah, it is. I know. It's so sad this happened right as spooky season began. But yeah, if you liked Ken Page's voice, which I mean, he was so talented. Go look at some of his other stuff. Go check her out, 'cause he's gone now. He's gone now. We've lost another great. We've lost another great. Okay, well, fuck, did I cover everything? Oh, I have this, okay, we're gonna move Diddy to tomorrow because it's kind of heavy shit, and I meant to end with the Ken Page story. So Sean Combs is getting moved to tomorrow. I was looking him up the other day because I was watching a voicing coach break down the Oogie Boogie song. Oh, I know what video you're talking about because I also watched that when I was looking around for stuff today. Do the quick version. Did he do it? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Okay, we can do some gaming to end the stream, and then tomorrow we'll do Diddy. I feel like, what else? No, okay. Okay, alrighty. Okay, let's watch. I feel as if I ever watched a movie like Cats, if I ever watched Cats on stream, it wouldn't be my haters that reported me. It would be my number ones. And you know what? I get it. I would understand. And in fact, I bet Twitch would never have received so many DMCAs. Hey! Hey! This little brat! Hey! You can't do Barbies all the time. Say you're sorry. Say you're sorry because you interrupt the stream when you do this. Farley, what do you think of Cats? What do you think? Memory, all alone in the moonlight. I can smile at the memory. I was beautiful then. Tonight will be a memory too. Look, a new day has begun. I said, look, a new day has begun. Look, a new day has begun. You're singing the song of his enemies. Do you like when I sing to you? Okay. Fine. Ow. You and your dad has had a bad influence on you. Your dad has influenced you for evil. That's what your dad has done. He has convinced you to hate musical theater. He said no and fuck Mudang. Yeah, sorry for the Sean Combs jump scare. Oh my god. Oh my god. He really is. I mean, no, but if he, I feel like, man, I have failed. I fucking failed. Yeah, Farley said, all right, I'ma head out. He's so grumpy. Whatever.
Our stories used to be so simple.
Now I know I have to up
They had a beginning,
the musical theater.
middle, and an end. But ever since we moved to this awful city,
Yeah, I gotta change his mind by
everything's gotten
more
so
musical theater.
confused.
Look, I didn't kill anyone. And I'm supposed to just believe you.
Oh yeah, Ichabod! He's the fucking guy! And I called it.
I just want you to be careful. I almost lost you once, and
I'm not yours to lose. I'm not going to be an errand girl for Crane anymore.
I'd like you to be mine to lose.
It's not Holly, it's her sister Lily.
She was hooking.
Write a musical
to
called
pay down
Dogs.
debt. Eventually, the only people she owed were at her work. You know, that shithole club, the Puddin' and Pie.
My name is Nerissa.
well, Nerissa, I've got some questions. The open arms.
Oh my god. What is it?
It's Crane.
Ichabod! It's the Ichabod.
I'll kill him. I'll rip him apart.
Yeah!
Ugh. God, you think you know a person. Bigby, you have to tell her.
I know.
Time to go big bad.
What's going on? What did you find up there? You know, other than the...
Crane's the killer.
What? Ichabod Crane?
Why is
How do
everyone
you know?
so surprised? Yeah, the creepy guy turned out to be creepy.
Oh, Bigby, calm down. Everything's going to be fine, okay? It's going to be fine.
Perverted little fucker might be after Snow. I need to find her right now.
Okay, it's going to be okay. Where did you see her last? Did she say where she was going?
She took Holly to the business office to prepare for the funeral.
Lily's funeral?
Yeah.
How do you know?
I was just at the Trip Trap, and I heard Gren telling some folks about a funeral at the Buckingham Bridge.
Trip Trap? Are you drinking?
I think that's the least of our problems.
They were on their way out.
Beauty.
Bigby! Wait.
You're drinking?
What?
Snow's been through a lot. There are things she doesn't talk about. Just please be careful.
What are you trying to say?
You know how you felt when you saw that picture? Well, it's going to be much worse for her. Just remember that.
Okay. All right. Oh, we are so killing Crane. Don't you even worry about it.
I'm honored to be asked to speak tonight. That everyone speak. Lily had many friends.
Okay, I gotta be tactful.
If you're here, then you were part of a very special circle. People she trusted and cared for.
The dwarves and Prince Charming did some shit
I
in
won't
her past.
offend you by claiming one day that the pain of losing Lily will ever subside.
I'm sorry, Snow, but this is important. I have something to tell you.
Oh, really, Bigby? It's so important it can't wait 15 minutes until it's maybe not at the worst possible time?
You don't understand.
I'm sorry, everyone. I don't...
Get the fuck out of here.
Listen to me.
Holly, wait.
He has no right to be here. Not after what he did.
Look, Holly, I'm not here to start trouble.
Wait, what did I do?
You throw my sister down the witching well, and you have the nerve to show your face here?
Oh.
After you lie, and you say you need her for evidence?
Holly, wait. That was Crane. Just Crane. He'd disposed of Lily's body before Bigby could do anything about it.
Of course he did.
I'm telling you the truth.
Don't cover for him.
But this genuinely wasn't his fault.
You can't tell me Bigby gives a shit about this.
I'm sorry, Holly. I didn't know he put her down the witching well.
Crane.
Bigby cares, Holly. He's trying to help. And I'm sure he has a very good reason for being here. But this one isn't on him.
Thank you, Snow.
Why are you here, anyway? And don't say it's because you care about this.
Everything okay?
I think I know who murdered your sister.
Who?
Well?
Maybe we should talk about this somewhere else?
What? No, I deserve to know. We all deserve to know.
It's definitely him, right?
I know, but this isn't the way to go about this.
I don't give a fuck about the way. I don't care about procedure. If anyone should be told, it's me. It's us. Right now.
I think it was Ichabod Crane.
What?
Crane?
Crane.
Okay, everyone, just stop. Bigby and I are going to have a little chat while everyone else gets back to the funeral.
What? He says that fucking Crane murdered Lily and you expect me to—
Please, I promise I will tell you what the hell is going on just as soon as I know there's something to tell, but just let us do our jobs first. Look, Holly, I know how this must—
No, you don't know how this must feel. You have no idea. Don't fuck anything up.
Tell everyone about the
bother
murder
anybody.
suspect.
And when the first sign of trouble comes, and it will come because you're a goddamn walking trap for it, I want you the fuck out of here.
I just want to get Lily's killer, Holly. Nothing more.
Let's just continue, okay?
This is such total fucking bullshit.
Look, Lily.
Let's go,
All right, what's Polly?
It's your turn to talk.
Crane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
Really?
This is someone I've worked with for decades. This is a guy... He gets frickin' shakes when he has to order food. I mean, what are you telling me? It's all an act? Just what have you found?
No, he's a bitch.
Bigby?
Snow, Crane is completely obsessed with you.
Oh my god, if this is about how Crane treats me at work...
Just listen to me for a second, all right? I followed a lead to this shithole motel, the Open Arms. Crane had a room there, and he's been taking prostitutes, or at the very least Lily, and making her look like you while he was, you know. He replays your
Yeah, like I
story
said, obsessed.
over and over again.
This is... I don't even know what to say right now. I really don't. I'm just trying everything I can right now to not picture it. To not picture him.
I thought I thought that Crane might be looking for you. I thought you might be in trouble.
You're sure this is what happened? This is what he's been doing? Because please, Bigby, don't confuse things. Deposing Crane would be the next step.
No, it was him.
You took a cab here, right?
Yeah.
I'll drive.
Snow?
Nerissa? What is it?
I'm sorry, but Holly's asking for you.
Are they starting the burn?
Yes. Everyone who spoke should really be present for this part. She's kind of distraught. You're not leaving yet, are you?
2 minutes. I don't mean to be,
No, I understand.
Are you okay? You don't have to do this right now.
I'll be fine.
Even if he's not the killer, can we kill him anyways for being creepy?
How'd it go? At the motel? Did you find anything? No?
It was Crane's room. But you knew that already, right?
Oh.
Nerissa! Yeah, coming!
She knew!
Constable? Wait, easy now, girl.
Wait, what?
You know how this goes. The first thing in a visit, you say, how do you do? How do you do?
What are
These
you doing
two
here?
fucks.
That is the question, isn't it? Or at least a question. I'm still hurting, you know, from our talk in the cell. And I'll be honest, I'd love nothing more than to carve a sweet poem right into your face for the suffering you've caused me. But I am a professional, and we're here for a job. We'll snip to the chase for all sakes. A little bird told us that you're fitting to go after Crane. And you see, we have an interest in that particular boy. So you leave Crane alone, and we'll leave you alone. Just take a little vacation is all.
Are you working for Crane? Did he send you?
No, see now, you're already asking too many questions. Just pay attention. So what's it gonna be? We have a deal?
Yeah,
You leave
these
Crane
guys
alone,
can't exactly
we
hide.
Leave you to yours. Brother, speak your mind. Fastly now.
You think this act you got going scares me?
Yeah, I'm the
'Cause
big
it
bad.
doesn't.
Always wanting to do things the fun way.
I'm the big bad, motherfucker.
Invertebrates, please, rest easy. This is not...
What the hell is going on?
What's happening?
Very sorry to impose, but we only had a deal to work out with Bigby. And we're unhappy to report that things did not go as smoothly as planned.
Bigby, what is he talking about?
Never you mind that, it ain't any of your...
What deal? They want me to leave Crane alone.
Crane?
Oh, now you shouldn't have done that, old boy. Really. That wasn't right, telling everyone our dealings.
Oh, shit!
What did I tell you? What did I say?
Holly?
Think you motherfuckers could come here uninvited? You think you could just fucking interrupt Lily's funeral?
Calm down, darling. It was just a simple business transaction.
Nah, these
You
guys, it's
fucking
time for them to
freaks
get
are
fucked.
not getting away with this.
Holly, don't move!
Holly, let me handle this.
Yeah, let's spare all the fuss. It's just a dead hole.
I'm gonna kill you!
Come on, it's time to go big bad!
I got it done.
Oh, shit! Wait! Wait, are we all dead? Oh no. Wait! Did they die? Why did I kick the shotgun away? Why didn't I go grab it? It did happen so fast. Okay, so that wasn't our best rescue moment. Why? I just don't get why I didn't turn into the big bad. Why didn't I turn into the big bad, man? Come on. Damn. I'm kind of sorry to them. I feel bad. I don't think there's anything I could have done.
I did as well as I could to take out the buckshot, but there's still some shards left embedded in your shoulder. They'll eventually worm their way out on their own, but until they do, you're gonna be sore.
Bigby, Dr. Swinehart was appointed Fabletown physician for a reason.
It's okay. There's only one thing you have to take away from all this. Take it easy.
Ooh, Bigby. Take it easy.
Don't go looking for any more fights.
I can't take it easy. I have to find Crane.
Bigby? What's wrong?
Lack of sleep for one thing. Getting shot for another. He'll be fine. I had everyone that got wounded sent home. Holly refused to let me see where she lived, so I left her and Grendel back at her bar with a dose of juniper and spring water.
They're okay.
Just remember what I said. The stitches won't hold up if you continue to act like you normally do.
Brother, I'm the big bad.
Everything in moderation.
Look, I'm not the one who creates the situations. I'm just the one who has to deal with them.
It's not my fault.
What do you say?
Yes, this is exactly
office.
as we planned.
I know. I'll have to call you back. The town is starting to find out.
Well, I'll leave you two to it then. Miss White? Bigby?
Probably because I told everyone who the murder suspect is. It's okay, you can look at my abs.
So, to recap.
Crane watched me through the magic mirror uncover his room at the open arms, and then he smashed it so we couldn't use it ourselves to go after him. And we know this because Buffkin was drinking in the rafters. That about cover it?
And once he puts all the pieces back together, it'll be easy to catch Crane. So, I guess that's the plan, currently. But I don't know.
We don't have time to wait for the mirror. Crane could be getting on a train right now.
Well, I don't
My
want to
abs
just
are
go
down
running off
here.
into the night without some direction. What the hell is going on? I don't know what the Tweedles get out of this. I don't know if Crane sent them. I don't know if... I mean, this is gonna sound crazy, but do you really think Crane did it? Everything points to him. I get it, but...
From what I saw at the open arms, everything points to Crane murdering Lily. What isn't adding up for me is Faith. Why would he kill her? It doesn't seem connected.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Because she knew too much.
A conniver, a coward, a liar. And I'll always hate him for that. And I'll hate him for how he held me in his thoughts. But murdering prostitutes? Ow! Everything okay over there?
Yes, Miss White. I just cut myself on a piece of the glass. Nothing to worry about.
Thanks for tonight, by the way. That could have gone really terribly. I mean, even worse than it did.
Anytime.
Can I, ask you a question?
Mere monkey.
It's kind of personal.
Yes, please.
And I don't want to offend you, but after tonight...
Why? What's on your mind?
It's just... when stuff hits the fan, like it did tonight...
Yeah?
It feels like before we came to the city. It feels kind of like home. And I've heard it said that maybe in some tiny little bottled up way deep inside, you kind of enjoy it.
What?
When things go wrong. Because it gives you an excuse to just, you know...
No!
Fuck no, I don't enjoy it. Are you kidding me? It's horrible what happened tonight. I wish it didn't happen.
I shouldn't have said anything. Forget that I did.
Oh. No, I'm not yelling at you.
Hey, guys? We have a problem.
What is it?
I can't finish the mirror.
I thought
it's
it was...
missing a piece.
What do you mean, missing a piece?
Yes, it's,
Crane must have taken a shard with him.
Oh, I can't believe this.
I saw Crane pick something up after he smashed it. I'm sorry, I didn't realize what it was until now.
Guys, I do not enjoy
can't
it.
work unless it's whole.
Well, that's not entirely true.
Or what, Buffkin? What? We sit around and wait until it mends itself? We have no idea how long that will take. We're just gonna have to do this the hard way.
I'm just saying, waiting is an option.
No.
What exactly is the hard way?
We'll look through his things, his desk, everything. He had to have left something that tells us where he's going. He's a neat freak, but he was never that smart.
Smart enough to take a piece of the mirror.
Got him.
We can still solve this ourselves. I know
Never mind that. Come help me look.
Hi, Mr. Bigby. I can still help you catch Crane, you know.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. I saw him jump on the telephone before he left. He called up somebody. He said he needed to see his witch, or that he would need to get to the witch for that. Whoever that is.
The witch?
Witch?
Yes, it sounded like the one he got his snow glamours from.
Why did Bigby say it like that?
You didn't see anything else, did you?
No, not especially.
Or whatever this monkey's name is.
Why didn't you try and stop him?
What do you want me to do, yank on his hair? I'm only 3 feet tall. There are limits here.
Glamours.
Okay.
Buffkin. Buffkin.
Look, the whole mirror thing, it's not your fault.
Wait, I'm Bigby, right?
You mean?
Yeah.
I'll just see if I can do anything about this.
You do that.
Dear Mr. Ichabod Crane, I'm writing to ask again that you please send someone to fix the air conditioning in our unit. It's burning up in the apartment, and Pinocchio says his skin is splintering. I don't know what that means, but I assume it's something gross, and I'd really like it if you'd fix the air that we asked you 3 months ago. At the very least, provide us a fan in the meantime. Sincerely, Boy Blue.
Damn, he's a slumlord, yeah. Ichabod Crane, are there any updates on the extra funding I requested? I don't know why everyone's British. As I explained in my last letter, the conditions here could do with some improvement. I'm seeing some unrest from the residents, and I have to admit I can see why. The farm should not be a punishment. I'm sure you're busy, but I think this should be made a priority. Best, Waylon Smith.
Mr. Crane, you said you... Oh, this is Toad. Why am I doing that? Hey, Mr. J. Hey, Mr. Crane, you said you'd pay to have the plaster redone in my building after the last incident in 204. It's fallen off the fucking walls. Please fix it. I can't rent out that room as it is, and I've already been waiting for days. Not to mention you already promised me you'd send someone to fix the big crack in the glass on the front door. Well, guess what? It's worse now. Get your shit together, Mr. Toad.
Did Crane ever do any work?
Only when Cole was around.
Mr. Toad.
Yeah, Crane was a piece of shit, yo.
What is it?
The key.
Key to his room at the Open Arms.
You still haven't told me what was in there. I want to know.
Crane was, paying Lily to live out a fantasy of him and you together.
Ugh.
Forgive me if I spare you the details.
I keep thinking back. I keep replaying moments in my head. Interactions with him when he'd catch me in the elevator or bump into me outside. There's only so much you can repress, you know?
Ugh.
Don't worry, Snow. We'll get him.
Come on, let's keep looking.
gotta be in here.
There's a page here that was torn out.
Oh, yeah? Buffkin, do you know what was here?
It's a ring, at least. Every magical item not retained in the armory is assigned to someone in Fabletown. It must be this witch he is going to see.
Wait, what witch?
Buffkin overheard Crane set up a meeting with a witch.
Well, yes, it sounded like the one he got his, glamours from. It must be about this ring.
Why not mention this before?
No one asked me.
Buffkin!
Buffkin!
And I'm hungover. I'm sorry. He set the meeting at 2 a.m.
What's going on? Is the mirror fixed yet?
Bluebeard, this isn't the time.
Is the mirror fixed or isn't it?
Lee.
You called me
I called just to see if you knew where Crane could be, and that was it, okay? And I'm sorry I said anything more than that.
Well, you did, and I know. The cat's out of the bag. So, can we find the dull pervert or not?
No, it can't be fixed. It's missing a piece.
This is none of Bluebeard's business, Bigby.
None of
It's
my
everyone's business.
Crane's the murderer. He escaped. It seems he spoiled your every attempt at locating him. And now it's none of my business?
We don't know if he's the murderer.
Oh,
No, I think we do.
of course he is.
Look, this just isn't the time. He took a piece of the mirror, so we can't use it.
The only thing we know is that Crane's going to see a witch at 2 o'clock.
AM or PM?
AM.
Listen, Bluebeard, you're not a part of this.
I don't think you're in any position to turn away help.
What do you know about Crane anyway?
That he has the stones to kill prostitutes like any common sex-frightened serial killer and not face a real challenge.
Look, we know that Crane is going to see a witch, and it's
Huh?
to acquire a magic ring.
What's the ring?
We don't know what it does or who it's assigned to since Crane tore its page out of the book.
This farce was your ridiculous idea for a plan. I mean, who put you in charge in the first place?
Fixing the mirror was the most logical
You're
thing.
a secretary. He's the sheriff. And none of you were chosen to run this office.
All
Who
right,
elected you to
Bluebeard.
make these decisions?
Nobody, but that
Who
doesn't...
elected her to spend my money?
Well, I've been doing that unofficially for years.
I'm heading up the investigation, okay, Bluebeard? That makes this a moot point.
And somebody needs to run the business office while he does so.
Well,
Lee.
excuse me for having the Commonwealth in mind.
Shut up.
All right, let's just look on the bright side. We know Crane is going to see the witch that's been supplying him black market glamours.
Thanks to me.
And
Hey,
that he'll be there
Buffkin.
at 2. So that gives us a few short hours to find out who it is and where they live and get them all at once.
And a few shorter hours, the more you babble about it.
Yeah. Just point in the direction you want me to check first.
Since Lily used the glamours, she'd have known who the witch was. And I don't think Holly's burned her things yet. It would probably have the address or a phone number or something.
And Bigby is free to go there if he likes. But I think the question you should be asking is just what do the two Tweedles know about this?
Oh.
It doesn't matter what they know. After tonight, they'd never go to their office.
They're not smart enough to try and go anywhere else.
The Trip Trap is the better option to track the witch down. That has to be our focus.
Look, chances are I'll have to swing by both anyways.
No, chances are you won't have time.
Oh.
I don't really care what you two do. I'm going to his apartment.
What? You can't just go up there.
And why the hell not?
We already looked for the key, remember? I don't know where
I
it
think
is.
he should go up
Then I'll
there.
pick the blasted lock. I've wasted enough time waiting for the mirror to find him.
Let him go.
I won't waste any more.
You just can't go up there alone, all right?
Why?
I've no interest in nicking his drapes, my dear, if that's what concerns you.
What concerns me is you traipsing through possible evidence.
Oh.
Now it's evidence. Before you had no interest.
I gotta
and
back
now
her
it's
up.
a crime
I
scene.
gotta back her
Bluebeard,
up.
just stay out of it, all right? You'll just mess things up further.
They can't get any more messed up.
We have to find the witch, Bluebeard, since that's where he's going.
Or the sniveling weasel chickened out. Never went anywhere. And is upstairs right now in his pitiful penthouse,
crafting a fort out of couch cushions. Look, this is how a smart person would do it. So this is how we're going to do it. Wherever you go,
Okay.
I'll go to the other.
I don't like you going anywhere unsupervised. He's up to something. I don't know what it is, but we don't have the time to really worry about it now. Where are you gonna go, Bigby?
Find the witch. Find the witch.
So you leave Crane alone, and we'll leave you alone.
Oh, are these my...
I'd love to join you,
my
but there's
inner
some
voices?
business I need to attend to.
No, I'm better off dealing with things alone. I don't need sympathy and I don't need charity.
I'm doing what Snow wanted me to do.
The witch's identity must be with Lily's stuff. I should go see Holly first.
Perfect. And I'll go to Crane's apartment.
I'll check in with you later. I hope you know what you're doing.
You told me to go here.
She's asleep.
Kick the door.
Idiot.
Okay, I'm gonna be
Didn't even give me
calm. I'm gonna knock. I'm gonna knock.
We're closed.
I need to talk to Holly.
Calm.
Hey, look, Woody, it's the sheriff. Well, come on in, buddy.
Brent.
What? He's a traveler. A weary traveler in search of some hospitality,
Does this
right?
bar make any money?
I'll only be here 2 minutes. I just need to check through Lily's things.
Whatever. I want a drink. Anybody else want a drink?
Brent, Swinehart said you shouldn't mix
You
it with...
think I give a fuck what that fucking guy
That
says?
fucking
Or
guy.
what you say?
That fucking guy.
Brent, really, you shouldn't drink right now. Have you seen Lily's things? What wasn't burned at the funeral?
Is that stuff supposed to be here, or...?
Nope, haven't seen it.
I don't know.
Holly's asleep in back, but you won't be able to wake her.
Really?
Shit. Beat they ass again?
Doc gave them both Barmecidal ambrosia for the pain.
Look, the deal is, if you resist going to sleep, like I am right now, it gives you a very, very, very nice high.
And he said that he shouldn't mix it with alcohol.
Well,
Yes, he did.
Jose,
Certainly
sweatshirt, thank you
did.
for the raid.
But let me tell you something. I haven't felt this good in a long time, fat boy.
I'm after Crane, all right? The guy we all hate? And there's a time limit here, so try and focus for a minute.
Crane?
We'll get to whatever you're here for in a sec.
Bro, do you want me to rip your other arm off?
That funeral back there? That was a shitty fucking send-off for a pretty okay lady.
Yeah.
You weren't fucking there. Talking to Bigby now, okay? Can't say you being there helped things much.
Gren, don't start nothing.
Who's starting anything? I'm not.
You think I shot up the place? It wasn't my fault.
They got away, though, didn't they?
Keep talking.
Whatever. It's all right. I'm too out of it to get into it. I want to clear the air. We're all in this dung heap of a fucking shit town together. And we're all gonna have a toast. All of us.
Fellas, I'm here for one thing. To look through Lily's belongings and get out of here. Now,
Yeah, I know. And I want to help you, okay? And I will. But first, indulge me. It'll take 2 seconds. As a show of good faith, And after, we'll all hunt and peck for Lily's shit or whatever.
Grand Bigby didn't come here to get loaded with you.
I don't want to
Whatever.
get loaded with him.
Gotta make the peace. Come on.
To the dead.
The dead don't die.
All right, now help
Fuck
me.
it, it's Wednesday.
Gran, the doc said you needed to rest.
How many times you fucking gonna warn me about it, huh? You're not my fucking mother, so just get off my back!
I said I was sorry, all right? I can't do anything about it. It's done.
Oh!
What more do you want? What else can I fucking say here?
Cut this shit out now. I don't care what it's about.
Oh, I forgot. You haven't heard the news.
What?
This walking lard cake was paying Holly's sister to let him fuck her behind all of our backs. And Holly had to find out going through all of her sister's shit.
Wait, where's
What
the sister's
fun
shit?
that must have been. Trick after trick of this fat ass and Lily.
I didn't plan for that, all right? And our thing, whatever it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't. I never fucked her when she was snowing. I didn't know nothing about that.
No,
right.
but you knew Holly would flip out. And you knew for a damn good fucking reason.
You know what? Fuck this. I don't need this shit.
Oh yeah, that's it. Now you're teary-eyed. You were always such a lowlife. I don't know why I never realized it till now. What do you think about this fucking loser, Sheriff?
He can think whatever he wants. I don't give a shit.
No, that's okay, because I'll tell you what he thinks.
Wait. I've got some questions for you.
What possible questions could you have for this piece of
Hey,
shit?
I got questions.
Everything's a problem when I want to talk, but when the woodsman's about to leave, it's, oh wait, I have questions.
Shut the fuck up, Gren.
When you saw Lily, did she ever mention anything about a witch?
No. We didn't talk about work.
All right.
Where did you find Lily's stuff?
Gran.
I don't know where Lily's shit is. Check Holly's room, I don't know. But I wouldn't wake her if I were you. Sleepwalkers and trolls. I think that's the rule.
If I can't find her stuff, I might have to...
Actually, Bigby, if you'll excuse me, it seems that I'm gonna pass out. What a day. Am I right, Sheriff? What a fucking day.
Gren won't remember this. Do I wake her up? I don't know. I'm kind of scared. Stack crackers on her? Hi. Oh? Stuff? Stuff.
That you, Woody?
Yeah.
Woody?
Yeah, sure.
Woody,
Oh, wait.
bar's closed. And Lily ain't around anyway, so you can run off back to the woods, I guess.
Oh. Aw. They're so pretty.
Did you care about her at all? She was a nice girl. Ran around too much.
Of course I cared. I still care.
I hope so. I hope you do.
Why am I pretending to be Woody? Poor Holly.
Lily's funeral. It was just so fucked tonight. But I still wish you could have been there. I just don't know what Bigby's doing. If he cares about it. If he even gives a shit.
Oh my god, he so does.
I don't know. I don't know why he showed up. I just wish he'd get out of my fucking life.
He's trying to do what's right.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, you know him better than anybody, so I guess I'll take your word for it.
He's also so handsome and funny.
If you were getting your glamour on this day, then one of these has to be the witch.
How do you respond to Cutie and Sam's constant
Which
allegation
one?
of being old? Is that I look so much better than them and I'm older.
I'm looking for Bigby. Is anyone there?
It's honestly sad
Bigby,
for
if you're
them.
there, pick up, okay?
Snow?
Hey, I just wanted to see how it was going. Did you find anything?
Just an address book with her contacts initials.
Fight them both at
Not
once.
sure which one is the witch, though.
Strange. These people keep cropping up. Before, a few days ago, I thought I knew everyone in Fabletown.
Any chance you can cross-reference these with the records in the business office? Maybe track her down that way.
Yeah, but who knows how long that'll take. You should try going up to Crane's place. I sent Buffkin up there to check on things. Bluebeard, you know. Or you could try at the Tweedle's office. Just make it quick. We don't have a lot of time. The meeting is at 2.
Oh, fuck. Crane's apartment or D and Dumb's office? I feel like this is the obvious answer.
I'll
going
head
here.
over to Tweedledee's place. See what I can find there.
Sounds good. Just keep me posted. In the
It's
meantime,
time for
I'll
some
see
big
what I can do
bad.
on this end.
Okay.
Good luck, Bigby.
We'll find him, Snow.
I hope you're right.
Excuse me.
Oh, hi. Sheriff Bigby. Great to see you.
What in the goatee?
I don't know if you remember me. I've, seen you around, but you may have forgotten.
I know who you are, Flycatcher. You've worked at the Woodlands for how many years now?
I think I've lost count. But you know, Crane, let me go recently.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's no big deal. So, what brings you here? I mean, can I help you with anything? Are you here to see one of the brothers? D or Dumb?
Have you seen a witch come by?
I don't know. Sometimes.
Wait,
Really?
what?
Who is she? Do you know where she lives?
I don't know her name or where she lives, really. She just sometimes drops stuff off for the brothers.
Can this guy
to
even
deliver.
see?
Deliver to who?
I've never had any reason to see for myself. Sorry. It's been, a quiet night so far. I think the twins are out, probably working on a case. Sometimes I don't see them for days. They gave me the job after Crane told me to get lost.
Where's their office?
Oh, right this way. I was going there next anyway. I can let
This
you in if you
guy's
want.
nice.
You can wait for them there.
Sure, thanks.
He's sweet.
No problem.
The juice, 40 ounce. Thank you for the prime.
I'm gonna have to take a look around.
Well, I guess that would be okay.
I wasn't really asking for permission.
Wake
Right, you're the
Wilder.
sheriff. I just don't want to get in trouble or anything. I'm
Yeah,
sure
no,
it's
it's
fine.
all good, dude.
I mean, they never told me not to let you in.
Wake Wilder,
It's
thank you so
official
much for the
Fabletown
raid.
business. Don't worry.
Right.
Wait. Oh. Okay, I just have to tell this quick funny story. And I don't know if Wake has even seen it yet. And I did tell it at the beginning of the stream. But basically, long story short, I somehow like had my phone in my back pocket and I sent a random tweet to a group chat of Wake and this journalist, and neither of them know each other. And then the next day I realized, because I was looking at my phone and saw this group chat with this tweet that I had sent, and I went, did I send that? Yes, I did. So anyway, that was my funny story that involves Wake Wilder, to which I hope he didn't see that and was like, what the fuck? Has she had a stroke? Is she okay? He didn't respond yet in the group chat, which is kind of crazy. But anyway, welcome in, y'all. We're just doing some Wolf Among Us. And my community, if you don't know Wake Wilder, he's a legend. We love Wake Wilder.
Dear Brother Dumb, I hate dogs and you know it. Sincerely, Brother D.
Brother
What's
D.
that about?
They do have their quirks.
It's a nice way of putting it.
You know about this?
No.
Bum, 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 bum. I heard Farley growled at you. Yeah, he fucking did. I asked if he liked my singing.
Dear Brother D, I think we should get ourselves a dog. Sincerely, Brother Dumb. Couple of freaks. This is pointless.
I know these guys can come off
That's what makes them
abrasive
freaks.
At times, but they aren't so bad once you get to know them. And they really care about helping people. They're kind of loud at times, but you get used to it.
How do you mean they help people?
They're detectives. Anyone can come in here with a problem and they'll do their best to fix it. The way Dee explains it, it's like if someone lost their cat, well, they could hire them to, you know, track it down. Or like sometimes they get packages for people. They can be like couriers, you know?
You mean for people other than the witch?
Oh yeah, all kinds. Come to think of it, I don't really know where they keep them.
Goatee Man has been quite helpful.
Anyways, I'm just saying, you just don't know them like I do.
Sure, Flycatcher.
Yeah. For sure, dude. Is that you in the kitchen?
Let's see if they got a
What you
file on
doing?
Crane.
Oh. Are you still streaming? You stopped streaming 3 hours ago?
This is worse than I thought.
Oh.
Shit.
Shit, beauty. Wait, what are you doing now? What are you doing now? Just gaming?
Detective Brannigan. Keep an eye on her.
Wait. What? Brannigan. Oh, I remember Brannigan. Where's Cindy been? Where is Cindy? We haven't met her yet.
Ichabod Crane. He owes the crooked man money. Shit. How is he planning to pay this all back? Request for property acquisition. Further details filed under donkey skin. Crane hired them to look for a photo? Why did he want it back so badly? So that's why they were at her apartment. And the woodsman's place.
See, I knew you wouldn't find anything. Anything of interest, anyways. They're detectives, like I said.
Not
I
yet.
haven't found anything yet.
I'm just saying.
Look, just trust me on this. Tweedledee and Dumb are not nice. They're not helping anyone.
Yeah, these guys are dicks.
Well, they helped me.
Okay, great. They helped you. It's one person.
They still suck,
No,
dude.
please, just let me concentrate here.
Find anything?
Not what I need.
What if you're wrong about them?
I'm
Bro.
not.
They're misunderstood, sure.
You literally
but
can't
that doesn't
see.
mean everything people say about them is true.
Yes, here, since people came in during the raid, and this is a story game, So this is Wolf Among Us. It takes place in Fabletown. We're all characters out of Fables. I am the big bad wolf, and I'm a detective, and I'm super sexy. And basically, I've been investigating these murders. 2 broads got their heads chopped off. They also happen to be sex workers, and one of them was disguised to look like Snow White. And so at first we think Snow White is dead, but then we realize that this was actually a troll who had been disguised as Snow White. We're like, oh, and so Snow White's one of the main characters. She's helping me investigate. And then we find out that Ichabod Crane, who's a creepy motherfucker and who is Snow White's boss, is obsessed with her. And there's a photo of him in the hotel room where the sex worker was murdered, sex worker who's made to look like Snow White, and it's him like leaning over her and looking all creepy. He's now disappeared. So we are trying to find him, and we think he might be with the witch who he buys glamour from. Glamour is what they use to disguise themselves in Fabletown. We think he's with this witch trying to get more glamour, so we're trying to track him down. I'm in Tweedledee and Tweedledum. They are twin detectives who are the fucking worst. They're assholes. I'm in their office right now. Goatee Man keeps trying to defend him, be like, there is nothing gonna find her. Hey, dude. And so time is of the essence because we know that Ichabod Crane is supposed to meet this witch at 2 o'clock. So it's a murder mystery, and we're also trying to catch Ichabod Crane, who we think is the murderer.
That different. You help people, and they help people.
Bro.
Not that it's any of my business, but
let's get one thing straight.
Goatee.
They are nothing like me.
Bigby?
Shit. There's something
Valerie,
here.
yes, thank you for the raid.
There has to be.
Why would there be anything
Because they're lying to you, okay, Flycatcher? That's why.
Come on,
They
Flycatcher.
aren't detectives. They're hired guns, hitmen.
Bigby, what happened to your...
Oh, God, my stitches are coming out.
This is them showing up to Lily's funeral with fucking shotguns.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, hold on.
I didn't know.
And it doesn't matter if they're really good at hiding their shit, but they're involved all right in all of this. Do you get it now? I didn't mean to...
I'm sorry,
There's a
Flycatcher.
door behind this file cabinet. I don't know what they keep back here, but it might be what you're looking for. Well, that key you found should work.
Yes, Flycatcher. Yes, dude. Yes, this is definitely it.
Wow.
Whoa.
Butcher?
It's gotta be down here.
What is this stuff?
What are you looking for exactly? Maybe I can help.
Anything about Crane, or the witch he was using. Something.
Dude.
I'm sorry, I know I'm late. I'll get it to you soon. Ichabod Crane.
Icky
Who was he
bod.
sending money to?
Take the cash.
Crooked man. Care of the Lucky Pawn. You know what that is?
What, you guys? I'm just acting like a cop.
Is that what you needed?
I don't think so, but it's interesting. There's more going on here. I still need to find that witch, though.
Hey, Bigby. Do you think, after all this, do you think I could come back to the Woodlands?
Yeah, why not?
Since Crane let me go. I mean, I can still work here, but...
Well, Crane is gone now. I can't see why he couldn't come back to
Yes.
the Woodlands.
Really? That would be... Thank you.
Come by the business office. I can't make any promises.
Right, of course.
It's Snow's hair.
Snow White? Why...
We found her hair like this inside Lily's glamour. Anti-Greenleaf. This must be the witch Crane was using.
I guess Dee and Dumb were getting the hair for Crane and sending it to her? That's not a pleasant thought.
Anti-Greenleaf. AG. This is it.
It's the witch, y'all.
I have to tell Snow. This is the place.
There's a phone right over there.
Yes.
Thanks, Fly.
Business office?
I know who she is.
Yes. We got her.
Bigby! I just got here.
Yeah, me too. It's number 23. I haven't seen it yet.
All right, Fly definitely
Yeah, I
gets a
know.
job.
This is it.
All right. How do you want to do this?
Kick in the door? I don't know.
Wait. What are you doing?
What does it look like?
Don't just kick it in. We don't know what's on the other side.
But I'm the
Let's
big
just save
bad.
the last resort for last. Makes sense?
Fine, okay. What would you have me do instead?
I don't know. Knock? I mean, we have no idea what's behind this.
Knock?
Hello?
Hi.
You woke me up.
That's a child.
Sorry about that.
Who are you?
Rachel? Who are you?
Who are you?
Just so...
Well, I'm the sheriff, and this is my partner.
Boss.
That's
Pleased to meet you. How do you do? Is there anything you need?
Is Auntie Greenleaf at home? Does she live here?
You mean my mom?
She ever, make the nightstand levitate, turn frogs into cats, that kind of thing?
Is she a witch, dear?
No, I would never call my mommy that. She treats me all right.
Okay, but like, would other people call her that?
Is there something you want?
Well, this has all been thoroughly enlightening, but I'm still gonna have to search the apartment, so step aside, kid.
Wait, please. I don't know if I'm allowed.
Oh, it's okay. Really. We'll be very quick, and he won't touch anything.
Why do I feel like she's the witch?
I've been here all night. Nobody's been here.
I don't like this child's vibes.
Okay, Sheriff. I'm gonna trust you not to break anything. Don't get
I
me
think
in
she's the
trouble.
witch.
What are we looking for specifically?
Crane, he could still be here.
Suspicious ass kid.
Your mom a hunter?
Oh no, she never... That was found in the woods around Dick's Mountain, I think.
It's pretty rare to see a burner like this.
Dowdy. That's how we like it.
I don't trust this child.
Let me guess. Big band or classical?
Honky tonk.
No accounting for taste.
Honky tonk, badonky donk.
That your mom?
Oh?
Uh-huh.
Okay, maybe not a child witch. Maybe not a terrorist baby.
No one's been over all night.
What is this?
Mommy uses that to carve her trinkets. It's from the old world.
Trinkets? Like glamours?
I still don't trust this child.
Not here.
There's no one here but me. Where do you buy your clothes?
That's Abby
At
from
a
Last of
store?
Us 2?
Oh,
No
my mommy
fucking
makes
way.
all of mine.
Oh, your mommy does?
witches.
I saw a spider over there yesterday.
Oh?
There's nothing that looks like Crane was here either.
Nothing?
See?
But I don't understand. Well, where's her freaking
How much
mom?
longer do you think it'll be?
Where's her mom?
Do you like broccoli? I can have my mom call you later or something.
No. Someone's in here. The butcher.
What's that?
A package having to do with someone called the Butcher. I saw one just like it at the Tweedle's office. God damn it.
Shouldn't say that.
Nothing?
Keep getting whiffs of that aftershave of his.
I do too.
Can I go to bed now? Please?
Is that a glamour tube?
Mommy really doesn't let anyone play with that. Trust me, I've tried.
I'm not just anybody, child.
Oh, no. Please, just put that back exactly where you found it. No one is allowed to play with that.
It's all right, honey. Bigby's not going to break it.
You don't understand. She will freak out if she discovers I've let people in here and let them touch her stuff, okay? She checks all the time to see if things move.
Snow, come on. Are you kidding? It's a glamour tube. Something's going on here.
No! Put it down! Please, don't! This isn't what you think!
What?
You gotta believe me. The guy isn't here, I promise!
It's gonna be okay, Rachel.
Please, I'm begging you. I don't wanna get in trouble.
Yes!
Auntie Greenleaf.
We knew it!
It hurts when you do it that fast.
We knew that child had bad vibes!
You think we have time to waste on this shit? You think this is some kind of game?
No, I don't. But congratulations on winning it, if that matters to you.
Clocked her teeth!
All right, start explaining.
Where's Crane? Speak quickly.
I ain't a fortune teller, Wolf. I have no heavenly idea where he went to.
Yes, you
have to
do.
know something.
Unless you want a recipe for owl stew.
You're an accomplice to murder. Do you realize that?
You might want to check your facts on that.
Yeah, I checked them, and that's what they said.
It doesn't matter. I can't help you. I have no interest in being turned into a skink and crushed under boot heels. There's powers at work here beyond your pathetic authority.
Whatever it is, Greenleaf, whatever it is that's keeping you from saying something,
You should be a lot more afraid of me than whatever horseshit you think will come back to bite you.
I'm the big
You
bad!
have no idea what's going on, do you?
okay, you know what I think? I think we've been more than patient with you. This witch has been
I
selling
am
illegal
the
glamours
law.
that continue to undermine everything we've built. She's harboring a fugitive that took advantage of it, and now she's resisting every attempt to make things right. I frankly don't give a crap if she's afraid for her life. We can at least make sure she never hurts us again.
Okay, Snow.
We're destroying the tree.
No!
Snow!
How dare you come in here and threaten to take from me the one thing that... That tree is ancient. It's part of the family, and it's the only thing paying for this shithole apartment. And the Fables, who can't afford the glamours from you, come to me for help. Without them, where do you think they could go?
Don't give me that. You're making money off of other people's misery. 2 Fables are dead because of this crap. It's too dangerous leaving this stuff with her.
You think I like being the old woman in these stories? The men are heroes, the ladies are whores, and the old
Whoa.
hags like me get to watch everyone they love die.
We have very different ways of handling our fate.
Very different means to handle it, too.
Isn't there another way? She's a witch. Can't she just work for us? That way she'd be official.
You want to reward her for criminal behavior?
We need
can't
her,
trust
Snow.
this woman on the 13th floor.
It doesn't matter, because I'd never do it. I'm not a house cat, and I don't play well with others.
Trust
Oh.
me, no one would confuse you for a cuddly animal. Bigby, this is an order. Burn the tree.
No! Look, I'll tell you. Crane was here. He was here and he left.
Snow, man!
He went to the pudding and pie to try to use my ring on the girls over there to get information.
What does the ring do?
He thinks it's the ring of dispel. You know, that it will pierce the protection around the girls' speech. He says pulling the truth out of them will prove his innocence. It won't, though. Damn thing lost its power decades ago.
I'm sorry, but we still can't let you keep the tree. It wouldn't be right after what's happened. Bigby.
Please, Sheriff. Don't.
Wait! I didn't decide!
Okay, well, I guess I see where I stand with you.
I meant...
All right, let's go.
Wait, shit!
Hey, Greenleaf. Don't think this is over.
I won't.
Oh my god! I totally froze. Right as I was choosing. Oh my god, Snow hates me!
It's Crane's car.
Oh my god, she hates me!
No, it's nothing you need to concern yourself with.
What are you gonna do? I was gonna burn the tree, bro.
Hold on. Sheriff, is there something more I can help you with? Decided you want a taste of the wares? Oh,
I'm all in
I
on
see.
Snow.
Come to audition, you bitch. Fucking fuck, man! Tell me what you know, now!
It's time for some punching.
You can't just go in there!
Yeah, I can. Watch me.
We have a problem.
Tell me who did it. Just tell me who did it. I know you know.
Mr. Crane, please. She can't help.
I know you know what the plan is. I won't be held accountable for this.
Oh my god. Bigby.
Yeah,
Wait,
man.
Don't.
I didn't do anything. I promise you, I didn't do anything. These girls, the girls, they'll back me up. I just have to get this stupid ring working, that's all. They can't talk because of that spell, but once this ring gets through, I'll know what's going on and this whole thing will be over.
Okay, old man,
That's all.
listen.
Please. I'm innocent, completely innocent. Wait, I can't. You have to just give me the
slapped
chance.
him.
This will work. I assure you. Everything will be solved.
Ew! What?
I wouldn't did you.
This guy is kind of a dumbass.
Come on, please. Tell me who killed her.
My lips are sealed.
How many years?
What?
How many years has this been going on?
Too many. But I didn't kill those women, Bigby. Please, I had nothing to do with that. It just, oh God.
We found the photos of you and Lily.
I know. That was,
Oh, that was just you being a fucking freak.
I just love you, Snow. I love you, and I'm sorry I'm not Prince Charming, okay? I'm sorry I didn't cheat on you and run away to Europe.
You don't love me, Crane. I know what this is. I've seen it before. It is not love. Bigby? I don't think he did it.
What?
Look at him. Do you really think this
Nah,
man
I don't
murdered
think
these
so,
women?
but I wanted
He's
to
not-
slap him anyway.
He wouldn't be brave enough.
We've been chasing this guy. Just, why now?
Because look at him. You said you found evidence of him defrauding Fabletown, of using our money for his own ambitions. That's one thing. But don't you have doubts he's a murderer? We've both known him for so long.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Did you see how he was acting when you showed up?
This fuck-up knows more than he's saying.
I don't.
Yes, okay, he probably does. But there's a difference between being involved
I
and
don't.
being the guy who did it.
Okay, but if Crane didn't kill Faith and Lily, I'm sorry, but who the hell did?
This whole thing is bigger than Crane.
Bigger,
You
goes
wouldn't
all the
have
way to the
stones
top.
To send the Tweedles after me. Somebody else is involved.
Well, shit.
I didn't intend for any of this to get so...
You've been stealing money from Fabletown for years, haven't you?
You bitch. Crane.
We're not gonna kill you, so quit your shivering. Ichabod Crane, you are under arrest for the misappropriation of Fabletown funds.
And for
you have the
being
right to
a
counsel,
creep.
the right to depose witnesses. But as of right now, you're coming with us.
And for suspicion of murder.
No, Sheriff. This can't be Greenleaf again and again, behaving however you like, acting without constraint.
What?
You have to respect this office, Bigby. And you have to respect me as
aren't I
its
the
leader.
cop?
Starting now.
You think you have
You're the
what
one who
it
wanted to
takes
burn her
run that
tree.
office? You think I didn't make sacrifices? I made sacrifices. And you won't be in that chair 1 minute before you have to give up something you care about just so the wheels don't fall off the goddamn wagon. I did the best I could with what I had. And the town took everything it could out of me. If I maybe took a little something back in return... Oh, God.
If I were you, I'd keep that trap of yours shut.
Okay. He deserved that. That was for Snow. And all women. That was for women.
Oh, okay. Stupid girls and their preposterous schemes.
What are you saying?
See? Slap him, Snow. Who the hell is this? What? What's happening? Hey, anybody order a pizza?
Hi. What you got there?
Wait, what?
Look, it's recently come under our attention that you're, how shall I put this, attempting to claim what is the personal property of the
Yo!
Crooked Man. He's about yay high, 120 odd pounds. Pissed his sheets until he was 14. Sound familiar?
I haven't told them anything.
Not now, not now. Shh. The grown-ups are talking.
Who are you?
No. That's not how this works. How this works is you are going to
kind of
walk
a baddie.
Crane over here, like a good doggy.
It wasn't my fault.
Shut
Nice,
up.
Snow.
You're interfering with official Fabletown business. Step aside.
Tweedledee. What's the, you know, that thing the Mundies call me?
What?
My nickname. You know what I'm
is
talking
she?
about.
Bloody
Mary. That's it. Thank you. And do you know why they call me that?
Oh,
Because some of them, they think it's funny to have their little sleepovers and go into their little bathrooms and say my name 5 times in the mirror. They find it less funny when I actually show up and feed their lungs to the family dog. And I do that for a hobby. Like golf, to relax.
Shit!
You can fuck off if you think you're getting him.
I told you he'd never just give him up.
fuck it.
Bigby?
Bigby! Yes! Full wolf! Full wolf! Full wolf! You can't kill me, bitch! I'm the big bad wolf! I'm the big bad wolf, motherfucker! You can't kill me! Why am I? Oh, shit! Okay, okay, I got it now. Oh shit! Oh god, I'm full wolfing. Oh my god, full wolf. Oh shit! You can only kill me with a silver bullet. Kill these motherfuckers. Yes, River Tiger! Yes! Yes! Yes, River! Get this bitch to shit! I'm hot! I'm hot! Yeah! Rip his brains out! Fuck you! Ah! Ah! Oh shit! Silver bullet! Oh god, Bigby!
It was a good show, but, you know, it just didn't know when to end.
No!
You know, you didn't
No,
think
kill
silver
her!
bullets would work on anything but a pure werewolf. But as it turns out, it's just a case.
Kill her!
Right, Wolfie?
Kill her! Come on!
I mean, hey, look, I know it sounds ridiculous, but really, guys. Can you argue with these results?
Please!
Because I know I can't.
I'm trying! I'm trying, you guys!
Wait! Stop! Just take him, okay? Take Crane.
Snow.
Just stop, please.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just get out of here.
The reveal?
It's your lucky day, kid. Crooked Man says it's okay with him. Hello, Ichabod.
Was that Bluebeard? No.
Oh, and just between us girls, Crane ain't no killer. I mean, look at his face. Couldn't stick a pig if his life depended.
Yo, Bloody Mary is so scary, but hot.
Nope, not like your boyfriend. Well, this is gonna be a beautiful relationship we have with you guys. Really, I mean it. I'm jazzed about it. Out with the old, in with the new. Long live the Queen. I'm sure we'll be in touch. See you around.
Witness! Joe Kilo, thank you for the raid. Oh my god, Snow saved my life, you guys. Snow saved me. She told
He's
them
lucky to be
take...
alive, and he won't be next time if he keeps going like.
Okay, wait, let me just play this through
Like
the
this.
end, but no spoilers. Sir Coast Seal, thank you for the prime. She won't forget you killing a Tweedle. Yeah, but Tweedle did try to kill me. They did shoot me up, you know? So I think she'll probably be more concerned with the fact that I'm like dying, you know? Because that gets you sympathy. That gets you sympathy. You know, as a guy, these gals just can't help but to forget that they're super mad at me for all the things that I've done because I'm dying. Classic dying for sexo. Yeah, that's what you do, y'all. Okay, here we go. Did you interrupt Snow's eulogy? Yes. You and 19% of players decided to. Honestly, not that high. What place did you investigate first? You and 40% of players investigated the Trip Trap bar. Did you offer Flycatcher a job? Yes. 96% of people did. Did you burn Greenleaf Street? You and 79.5 did not burn Greenleaf Street. I was going to, though. Did you kill Tweedledum? You and 44% of players killed Tweedledum. Deserved. Very much so deserved. Okay, we're gonna stop there and we're gonna finish it. We're gonna finish it tomorrow. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, how fun is it, y'all? So if you want to see the end of Wolf Among Us, come back tomorrow night. Yes, I'm gonna raid a small streamer, someone who's working towards partner. You know what I realized is that probably not everyone is online at this hour. So I'm going to see first. I've just picked one. I just totally picked a random one. Let me see if they're online. Hold on. Okay. No, that person's not online. Let me pick another random one. Okay. That was not a person's account. That was just someone saying like, "Hi, yay." Okay. Let me check this person. Yeah, I guess I forget that I am a night streamer and it is midnight. No, this person's not live either. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here's another one. Okay. Nobody is online. You guys, no one is live.
Oh my god, another person who's not live. You ever dream? Is okay. Let me try this one. Let me try another one. And me. Bro, this person's not live either. Nobody is live. Okay. Nope. I have put in like 10 streamers' names. I have put in so many streamers' names. No, you guys, Cinemarxism, Nandre, they're all partners. They're all partners. The point, what I am doing is I put out a tweet. No. It's not small streamers. It's streamers who are not yet partners, which, yes, they tend to be smaller streamers. But this is not a rating small streamers who are partners. This is rating small streamers who aren't partner, but maybe this can help them get to partner because Twitch changed. Okay, we've got one. Tati MX. Tati MX, who watches Fashion Week content. It's true, she says. And she is live. Okay, great. Okay, we got one. Somebody who's live late at night. Great. Okay, y'all. So anyway, yeah, this is my goal for October is I want to raid streamers who are working towards partner, and a raid will help them. It's not going to guarantee anything, but now raids count towards your CCV, and you have to have 75 CCV as a requirement to make partner. Okay? So that's what we're doing. You do not have to stick around, of course, but what I ask is that you are polite. You are the good little Quantarage soldiers. I'm going to get this raid started. Yeah, Kwan raid is good. Okay. And just be supportive. You know, throw some hearts. Throw some love. You know, these are streamers who most streamers they don't have advantages that big streamers have, right? Most big streamers, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3 people, got to where they are because of their connections, because of help within the industry, and also being very talented. Of course, streaming it's an attention economy. You got to keep people's attention. So there's only so much that like connections and whatnot can do, because you still got to be a great streamer. But I think it's always important to spread the love around, to help out those who might not have that advantage going into Twitch. Can you post their channel name? We're literally raiding over there. we're going over there. We're going over there right now. So anyway, this is what we're doing for October. I will see you guys tomorrow. We will do normal stuff, and then we will finish up Wolf Among Us. Okay, y'all. Good night. Thank you for joining me. Keep it so fucking real. Let's go.